Chapter 2707, 2707 Great Battle. 2707 Great Battle. It was too fast. It was way too sudden. No one present expected the Martial Dao Prime Body to take the initiative to attack under such circumstances while he was surrounded by countless experts of Hell. Furthermore, he took the initiative to attack one of the 8 Hell Lords, Hell Lord Boundless Springs. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move without any intention of holding back. The entire Torment Spring City fell into a dead silence. The laughter and clamor earlier on suddenly vanished at that moment. All the living beings of Hell widened their eyes in disbelief. Hell Lord Boundless Springs, one of the 8 Hell Lords, had ruled over Boundless Springs Hell for hundreds of thousands of years and was at the top of the Hell world. Yet, he died in Torment Spring City just like that. His head was smashed by a single punch and he died without even having the chance to retaliate. How was that possible? Even though they witnessed it with their own eyes, many living beings of Hell could not believe it. Hell Lord Boundless Springs must have been too careless. That thought flashed through the minds of many experts of Hell. However, in reality, the other 7 Hell Lords sitting on the altar were closer and could see more clearly. Hell Lord Boundless Springs' death was not due to carelessness. It was not as though Hell Lord Boundless Springs did not resist and the Martial Dao Prime Body attacked. He wanted to dodge and defend. However, he could not do so and was killed by a single punch. It was only at that moment that the 7 Hell Lords put away their contempt and had grim expressions. Kill. Almost at the same time, 4 of the 7 Hell Lords stood out. Hell Lord Een Springs, Hell Lord Lower Springs, Hell Lord Serene Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs released powerful bloodlines one after another and charged towards Su Zimo. Although the 4 Hell Lords were all from the Nether race, their true forms were different. Among them, Hell Lord Yellow Springs' true form was that of a dragon. He transformed into a dragon and circled above the altar. His gigantic dragon body exuded endless might and his claws were sharp as he charged toward Su Zimo with a terrifying aura. Hell Lord Serene Springs was an agile leopard who circled around the Martial Dao Prime Body continuously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hell Lord Een Springs' true form was extremely similar to humans. However, he was almost transparent and was hidden in the battlefield, faintly discernible. Hell Lord Lower Springs was a gigantic 1000D centipede. Its entire body seemed to be cast from steel and its 1000 feet slithered, leaving a string of sparks on the stone slabs of the altar. Among the 4 Hell Lords, Hell Lord Lower Springs was the first to arrive. The 1000 feet moved at a shocking speed and arrived before the Martial Dao Prime Body in the blink of an eye. The gigantic centipede feelers tore through the air and were as thick as arms, like 2 tough iron chains that coiled around the Martial Dao Prime Body instantly. Hell Lord Lower Springs was delighted. Even experts of the same cultivation realm could not break free from his 2 feelers. With that single move, he had the upper hand. When Hell Lord Lower Springs saw that the Martial Dao Prime Body was restrained, he closed and hurriedly and raised his head, revealing his gigantic and malevolent fangs, wanting to grind the Martial Dao Prime Body into pieces and devour him. Boom! Right then, the blood chi in the Martial Dao Prime Body's body surged and he shuddered. The centipede feelers that were originally wrapped around him snapped instantly and shattered into several segments that scattered on the ground. The Martial Dao Prime Body, who had just escaped, suddenly raised his foot and stomped heavily on the 1000D centipede below. That kick used the Dermic Dao of the Plow Heaven Stride of the Mystic Classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. When Hell Lord Lower Springs realized that something was amiss and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape from the Dermic Dao range of the Martial Dao Prime Body's Plow Heaven Stride. The foot of the Martial Dao Prime Body stomped down and exploded Hell Lord Lower Springs' body instantly. The body of the 1000D centipede was broken into 2 and a large amount of nauseating blood spewed out. The two halves of his body twisted continuously on the altar, and Hell Lord Lower Springs let out an ear-piercing tragic cry. Prior to this, Hell Lord Lower Springs had held back. However, at that moment, he was severely injured and his life was on the line. He no longer dared to hide and released his bloodline phenomenon. A large amount of surging spring water appeared beneath him, and some corpses could vaguely be seen washing towards the martial Tao. Bloodline phenomenon, Hell Lower Springs. On the other side, Hell Lord Yellow Springs, Hell Lord Serene Springs and Hell Lord Een Springs did not dare to hesitate and released their bloodline phenomenons one after another. Hell Yellow Springs, Hell Serene Springs, Hell Een Springs and Hell Lower Springs. The four great springs surged at the same time. Instantly, the spring water on the altar of Torment Spring City surged and spread in all directions, as though it had formed a gigantic torrent that wanted to devour and drown everything. Only living beings of the Nether race could awaken such bloodline phenomenons. All of these Hell Lords were existences who had cultivated their bloodline phenomenons to the limits. Every single bloodline phenomenon released a dermic Tao of their own hell spring waters. That was also the foundation of the Hell world. When the four hell spring phenomenons were released, many living beings of Hell thought that the battle was over. No living being would be able to survive the impact of the four hell spring phenomenons. Rumble. Right then, a deafening bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. Immediately after, the figure of the martial Tao prime body seemed to have vanished and was replaced by a gigantic furnace that was burning red. Raging flames burned inside and outside the furnace, emitting a searing heat. What a joke! To think that he would release a fire-type bloodline phenomenon against the hell spring phenomenons. He's truly asking to be humiliated. Fire and water were irreconcilable. The 9 hell spring phenomenons were water-based. However, the phenomenon condensed by the martial Tao prime body was clearly fire-based. In the hearts of all the living beings of Hell, the 9 springs of Hell were their holy springs and no flames could match them. The commotion below had just sounded when it dissipated rapidly and eventually fell silent. Right in front of countless living beings of Hell, the furnace with raging flames wrapped in the 4 hell springs and showed no signs of extinguishing. On the contrary, the flames inside intensified. The temperature on the altar rose as well. The water of the 4 hell springs began to steam under the burning of the raging flames. Before long, bubbles appeared and boiled. Pust! The 4 hell springs were burning. What bloodline did this person have? There were 3 Hell Lords on the altar who had yet to attack. Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs and Hell Lord Bitter Springs. Initially, the 3 Hell Lords had calm expressions, as though they did not care about this battle. However, when they saw that, the 3 Hell Lords frowned. This cultivator from the medium Kiliacosm seemed to be even more troublesome than they had imagined. The bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body, the heaven and earth furnace. Under the continuous activation of the martial Tao prime body, the power of the heaven and earth furnace became even more ferocious. After the martial Tao entered the martial domain realm, the power of the bloodline phenomenon rose to an even higher level as well. Phew! The flames burned fiercely. Not only did the water from the 4 hell springs in the surrounding burn, they had even begun to evaporate. Chapter 2708, 2708 Might of Hell. 2708 Might of Hell. The reason why the Nether race could rule over all living beings of Hell in the Hell world was because of their special bloodline. That bloodline power came from the 9 springs of Hell. In the minds of all living beings of Hell, the bloodline of the Nether race was invincible. Only the bloodline of the Nether race could defeat the bloodline of the Nether race. The Hell Lords had even stronger bloodlines of the Nether race and were almost unstoppable. But now, someone was suppressing the 4 Hell Lords with his bloodline phenomenon. In reality, the news and situation of the battle at Frost Springs Palace had long spread to the Hell Lords. They had a rough understanding of the combat strength of the martial Dao Prime body as well. In that battle back then, the reason why the martial Dao Prime body could kill Hell Lord Frost Springs was entirely because he seized the initiative and made use of the Emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. In other words, Desolate Marshal's combat strength was at most on par with Hell Lord Frost Springs. Under such circumstances where 4 Hell Lords joined forces, even if Desolate Marshal summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod, he would definitely not be able to defend against their attacks. However, the scene before them shocked the 4 Hell Lords. Desolate Marshal's combat strength was clearly much stronger than what was mentioned. After the martial Dao Prime body entered the martial domain realm, he did not stop at all and charged to Torment Springs Hell. The living beings of Hell here did not know about this at all. The 8 Hell Lords did not have time to react either. By the time they sensed this, the battle between the two sides had already broken out. Hell Lord Boundless Springs was the first to die. The 4 Hell Lords were clearly at a disadvantage in the battle against the martial Dao Prime body. Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs and Hell Lord Bitter Springs, who had been watching from the sidelines the entire time, exchanged glances with strange expressions and did not choose to step forward to help. The strength of Desolate Marshal had indeed exceeded their expectations and was a little troublesome. However, it was not to the point of being uncontrollable. If they could make use of Desolate Marshal to get rid of the other 4 Hell Lords, there would be fewer variables and trouble. Seeing that the 4 Hell Spring bloodline phenomenons could collapse at any moment, the 4 Hell Lords did not dare to hesitate and released their perfected Grotto Heavens hurriedly. The 4 Hell Lords joined forces and attacked the martial Dao Prime body once more. Because the Hell world was shattered and the heaven and earth laws were incomplete, the 4 Hell Lords were unable to touch the Emperor realm. However, they had long cultivated perfected Grotto Heavens. Their Grotto Heavens accumulated a tremendous amount of power and surged with auras that could devour mountains and rivers. The heaven and earth furnace of the martial Dao Prime body was clearly suppressed against the impact of the 4 perfected Grotto Heavens. The flames inside and outside the furnace contracted continuously and flickered. They were no longer as searing as before. The martial Dao Prime body had a calm expression as he willed his consciousness and said softly, "Martial Dao Purgatory." Phew! Instantly, a scarlet halo burst forth from the body of the martial Dao Prime body. Countless mysterious runes condensed on it and enveloped the 4 Hell Lords and their perfected Grotto Heavens. The scarlet halo exploded with a bang, forming a gigantic domain of flames that was interwoven with countless dermic arts. The entire altar turned into a sea of flames instantly. In this martial Dao Purgatory, there was the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Martial Spirit Fire, Tribulation Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame and Hellfire. The 5 supreme flames intertwined and finally formed this terrifying domain. Every single inch of space in this domain contained the dermic arts and will of the martial Dao. The perfected Grotto Heavens were enveloped by the martial Dao Purgatory and could not hold on for long. Crack! Crack! The 4 perfected Grotto Heavens were burned red. The coldness in the Grotto Heavens had long disappeared and flames even darted out. Large cracks appeared both inside and outside the Grotto Heavens and countless scarlet flames burst forth. Bang! 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 With 4 consecutive bangs, the 4 perfected Grotto Heavens collapsed. Hiss hiss! Hell Lord Lower Springs' 2 halves rolled continuously in the martial Dao Purgatory and flames spewed from his wounds as he let out a tragic cry. He had just been severely injured by the martial Dao Prime body and his body was crushed. Now that he was burned by the martial Dao Purgatory and lost the protection of his perfected Grotto Heaven, he could not hold on anymore. In the blink of an eye, he fell silent and lay motionless on the ground. His originally pitch-black and cold carapace had already turned red from the heat. After more than 10 breaths, it gradually melted. To think that the great Hell Lord Lower Springs would meet with such a tragic end. His essence spirit was destroyed without a corpse left. The remaining 3 Hell Lords did not have it easy either. Initially, Hell Lord Ian Spring's true form was hiding in the dark, prepared to wait for an opportunity to attack. However, once the Martial Dao Prime Body's domain was released, he was burned by countless flames and had nowhere to hide. Among the 4 Hell Lords, his bloodline and body were relatively weak. If even Hell Lord Lower Springs could not defend against the Martial Dao Purgatory, he stood no chance. In less than 10 breaths, he was burned to ashes by the Martial Dao Purgatory. Hell Lord Serene Springs transformed into a phantom leopard. Seeing that he was no match for the other party, he wanted to escape before his grotto heaven collapsed. However, the domain was not a place where he could enter and leave at will. Hell Lord Serene Springs wanted to escape from the Martial Dao Purgatory, but he bumped into the barrier outside the domain and was stopped. He charged continuously and released all his trump cards, wanting to break through the barrier. However, as time passed, his perfected grotto heaven collapsed and his strength depleted rapidly. In the end, Hell Lord Serene Springs was burned to death at the edge of the Martial Dao Purgatory. Before he died, his eyes widened as he looked outside the altar, filled with fear and indignation. The dragon body that Hell Lord Yellow Springs transformed into wandered above the nearly dry Yellow Springs, lasting the longest. Seeing that there was no way out, Hell Lord Yellow Springs let out a resounding dragon roar and charged towards the Martial Dao Prime Body. Since there was no way out, he could only fight to the end. Hell Lord Yellow Springs was covered in flames as he charged forward. His gigantic dragon head lowered slightly and he raised a pair of tough dragon horns, charging towards the Martial Dao Prime Body. Dragon horns were the toughest part of the dragon body. This was Hell Lord Yellow Springs' desperate attempt. Even Grotto Heaven dermic treasures would be shattered by him. Right in front of many living beings of hell, the Martial Dao Prime Body standing on the altar was as insignificant as an ant compared to the gigantic dragon head of Hell Lord Yellow Springs. However, the moment the two of them collided, the entire world seemed to have fallen silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. There was no earth-shaking collision. Hell Lord Yellow Springs charged over and the Martial Dao Prime Body raised his hand slowly. He extended his palm and grabbed the indestructible dragon horn in front of everyone. Just like that, the massive body of Hell Lord Yellow Springs stopped in midair and could not advance an inch. To be able to defend against Hell Lord Yellow Springs' mighty charge bare-handed with a body of flesh and blood, what kind of terrifying power was that? Many living beings of hell were shocked. Before everyone could react, the Martial Dao Prime Body raised his hand once more, clenched his fist and smashed down. Crack! The head of Hell Lord Yellow Springs was shattered by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Hell Lords were dead. Chapter 2709, 2709 Three Great Quasi-Emperors. 2709 Three Great Quasi-Emperors. In Torment Spring City, experts of the 8 hells gathered. The living beings of hell were dense and spread out of the city, covering the mountains and plains innumerable. But now, the 4 Hell Lords had died in front of so many living beings of hell just like that. The visual and mental impact was way too great. Many living beings of hell could not react in time and were stunned on the spot. On the altar, in the Martial Dao Purgatory, apart from the Martial Dao Prime Body, Tang Kong and Consort Yu were also present. Although they were also in this domain, only the 4 Hell Lords died tragically on the spot. Tang Kong and Consort Yu were unharmed. This was the power of the Martial Dao Prime Body's meticulous control of the domain. Tang Kong was invigorated. Although he knew that the combat strength of the Martial Dao Prime Body would increase greatly after his breakthrough, he did not expect it to reach that level. What kind of power is this? Hell Lord Torment Springs frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to be a Grotto Heaven or any Dermic Dao of the medium Kiliacosm. Hell Lord Heavy Springs stood up slowly and removed the gigantic axe on his back. He grinned at the martial Tao prime body. No matter what Dermic Tao it is, you have to die here today to accompany them. Hell Lord Bitter Spring sighed. At my age, I was initially unwilling to care about this matter. However, you killed someone from hell. I can't sit back and do nothing. Do you think that you can kill wantonly without restrictions just because the hell world is in the Dharma ending era? Hell Lord Torment Springs waved it off. There's no need to talk to him. Let him see our true strength. The moment he said that, Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs and Hell Lord Bitter Springs released their grotto heavens at the same time and suppressed the domain of the martial Tao prime body. The moment the grotto heavens of the three Hell Lords were released, the martial Tao prime body sensed that something was amiss. There was clearly an even more terrifying power hidden in the grotto heavens of the three of them, causing their grotto heavens to transform to another level. This is. Tang Kong also sensed the power fluctuation contained in the grotto heavens of the three Hell Lords, and his expression changed starkly as he exclaimed, Quasi-Emperor. There was already a trace of world power cultivated in the grotto heavens of the three Hell Lords. This also meant that the three Hell Lords were half a step into the Emperor realm and were already quasi-emperors. That's right. Hell Lord Heavy Springs grinned smugly. The reason why the three Hell Lords were so confident and calm was because they had something powerful to rely on. The world is shattered, the great Tao is damaged and the laws and incomplete. How can you guys? Tang Kong was still in disbelief with a shocked expression. The Emperor realm was not something that could be achieved by cultivating with abundant resources. Which of them kings who could cultivate to the grotto heaven realm did not have endless resources? However, how many people could step into the Emperor realm in the end? The main point of the Emperor realm was to control world power. In order to transform one's grotto heaven into a world, one first had to comprehend the world they were in. They had to sense the motions of the world and comprehend the many laws. Only by continuously fusing those insights into one's grotto heaven and accumulating them could they cause it to transform and condense a world. Grotto heaven experts of the medium kiliacosm had to comprehend and compare against the medium kiliacosm. After the hell world entered the Dharma ending era, the reason why no Emperor realm experts were born was because this world was shattered and the great Tao was damaged with incomplete laws. This was an incomplete world, so how could they comprehend the true world? Therefore, although the Hell Lords controlled almost endless cultivation resources, they could not advance to the Emperor realm. The fact that Hell Lord Torment Springs, Hell Lord Heavy Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs could comprehend a trace of world power even with the shattered world was practically the limit of what they could do. It was no exaggeration to say that if the three Hell Lords were thrown into the medium kiliacosm, they would be able to advance to the Emperor realm very quickly and become true emperors. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Three quasi-emperor experts had indeed exceeded his expectations. With his current lesser mastery of the martial Tao domain, he was still unable to fight against the grotto heavens of quasi-emperors. He should be able to fight against a single quasi-emperor using the hell suppression tripod. However, now that three quasi-emperors attacked at the same time, the pressure on the martial Tao prime body increased exponentially. If he did not know what happened to the Green Lotus true body, the martial Tao prime body could have made other choices such as leaving with Tang Kong and consort Yu first to avoid the quasi-emperors. Although the three quasi-emperors were powerful, it was impossible for them to stop him. But now, it was unknown if the Green Lotus true body was dead or alive. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for the Green Lotus true body. Boom! 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 The three Hell Lords did not give the martial Tao prime body much time to catch his breath at all. The three quasi-emperor grotto heavens charged continuously and attacked the martial Tao purgatory. More than half of the flames in the martial Tao purgatory were extinguished. The range of the martial Tao domain shrank continuously as well. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and an ancient bronze square tripod flew out from his glabella, emitting a shuddering might. The moment the hell suppression tripod descended, the grotto heavens of the three hell lords were clearly suppressed. Gur. Roar. Shriek. Hiss. Immediately after, the four sacred souls on the hell suppression tripod woke up and fell off, surrounding Hell Lord Heavy Springs. At the same time, the martial Dao Prime body targeted Hell Lord Heavy Springs as well. If he wanted to break out of the situation, he had to use all his strength to kill one of the Hell Lords first. Hell Lord Heavy Springs was Su Zimo's first target. "You want to kill me?" Hell Lord Heavy Springs could tell Su Zimo's intentions as well and grinned fearlessly. Instead, he charged over with his gigantic axe with a torrential aura. The martial Dao Prime body moved and welcomed it. Splash! The sound of a tsunami sounded from the bodies of the three Hell Lords at the same time. The bloodline phenomenons of the three Hell Lords were released as well. The grotto heavens and bloodline phenomenons of three quasi-emperors descended at the same time. The martial Dao purgatory that was already shaky could not defend against them at all. Shing! 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 The flames in the martial Dao purgatory were washed away by the three hell springs and extinguished instantly. The figure of the martial Dao Prime body was exposed to the attacks of the three hell lords. On the other side, the four sacred souls had already arrived beside Hell Lord Heavy Springs. The azure dragon coiled, the white tiger bit, the vermilion bird burned and the black tortoise charged. The four sacred souls did not defend or dodge. Under the urging of the martial Dao Prime body, they released their strongest attacks and tore a crack in Hell Lord Heavy Springs' grotto heaven by sacrificing themselves. The gaze of the martial Dao Prime body intensified as he charged through the crack. However, apart from the protection of a quasi-emperor grotto heaven, Hell Lord Heavy Springs also had the bloodline phenomenon of Hell Heavy Springs. The martial Dao Prime body ignored the corrosive damage of Hell Heavy Springs and relied on his powerful true martial Dao body to break through the spring and arrive before Hell Lord Heavy Springs. Good timing. Hell Lord Heavy Springs had a ferocious gaze and had no intention of dodging. He raised his gigantic axe and slashed towards the head of the martial Dao Prime body. At the same time, Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs had already arrived behind the martial Dao Prime body with two quasi-emperor grotto heavens and bloodline phenomenons. Chapter 2710, 2710 Dao Body Shattered. 2710 Dao Body Shattered. The martial Dao Prime body ignored the attacks of Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs behind him and glared at Hell Lord Heavy Springs with a burning gaze. It was impossible to break the alliance of the three of them unscathed. The only way he could turn the situation around was by taking risks. Furthermore, the martial Dao Prime body believed in the strength of the true martial Dao body. He trusted that he could withstand a single blow from Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs. Naturally, Hell Lord Heavy Springs would not retreat against the murderous martial Dao Prime body. Firstly, he was a quasi-emperor expert and did not have to cower in fear. Secondly, the only way he would lose was if the martial Dao Prime body killed him within a breath. Otherwise, even if Desolate Martial did not die, he would be severely injured when the attacks of Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs descended. At that time, he would take the opportunity to counterattack and kill this person on the spot. Against Hell Lord Heavy Springs' gigantic axe, the martial Dao Prime body did not dodge or even defend. In fact, he chose to summon the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards Hell Lord Heavy Springs' head. He went on the offensive against their attacks without holding back. What a lunatic! Hell Lord Heavy Springs cursed internally. It was clear that Desolate Martial was going at it with his life. In his opinion, the martial Dao Prime body knew that he would not be able to escape death. That was the reason why he was so crazy and wanted to take him down before he died. A life for a life. Hell Lord Heavy Springs did not want to die. If he was killed by the Martial Tao Prime Body, Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs would stand to gain in the end. Furthermore, in the current situation, the three of them had the upper hand with their quasi-emperor cultivation realms. There was no need for him to take this risk. The moment those thoughts flashed through his mind, Hell Lord Heavy Springs' aura naturally weakened. The gaze of the Martial Tao Prime Body intensified and his eyes burned with two purple flames. That opening was almost undetectable. Even if somebody could sense it, it would be difficult for them to pose any substantial threat to Hell Lord Heavy Springs. However, the Martial Tao Prime Body would not let go of such an opportunity. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and released a deafening myriad being sound. Roar! Instantly, it was as though millions of living beings were shouting in Hell Lord Heavy Springs' ears. The impact was way too strong and sudden. Hell Lord Heavy Springs shuddered and felt his ears buzz. His consciousness paused for a moment and the gigantic axe in his hand was a tad slower as well. Under normal circumstances, even a perfected Grotto Heaven Immortal King expert would most likely die from the roar of the myriad being sound of the Martial Tao Prime Body at such a distance. However, Hell Lord Heavy Springs was a quasi-emperor expert after all. In the blink of an eye, he snapped back to his senses. Right then, a shadow descended before his eyes. It was already too late for him to retreat and dodge. Crack! The Hell Suppression Tripod smashed down violently and struck the top of Hell Lord Heavy Springs' head with the sound of bones cracking. Even the body of a quasi-emperor could not defend against the emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod. Hell Lord Heavy Springs' head was shattered by the Hell Suppression Tripod and his essence spirit was destroyed. The entire process happened in an instant. That instant was all that mattered in a fight between top experts. The moment the Martial Tao Prime Body released the myriad being sound and summoned the Hell Suppression Tripod to smash Hell Lord Heavy Springs to death, the attacks of Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs had already descended on him. Under the siege of the three quasi-emperors, the Martial Tao Prime Body would definitely pay the price for killing Hell Lord Heavy Springs forcefully. Two quasi-emperor Grotto Heavens and bloodline phenomenons struck the true Martial Tao Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The true Martial Tao Body almost exploded and his clothes were torn. Terrifying blood scars appeared on the surface of his body and a terrifying power was still raging in his body. If not for the fact that the Martial Tao Prime Body used the Martial Tao Furnace and Martial Tao techniques to temper this true Martial Tao Body all year round, that single move would have been enough to destroy his essence spirit. He's not dead yet? A look of shock and fear flashed through the eyes of Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs as well. Even if the two of them were in his shoes, they might not be able to defend against such a terrifying power. Of course, Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs reacted extremely quickly and made a prompt decision, not giving the Martial Tao Prime Body any chance to catch his breath. After the two quasi-emperor Grotto Heavens and two bloodline phenomenons, their quasi-emperor weapons descended at the same time. Hell Lord Torment Springs waved a pitch-black sword in his hands. Sharp barbs grew on the spine of the sword like the fangs of a gigantic beast. Hell Lord Yellow Springs waved a withered yellow staff and the aura of the Yellow Springs filled the air. The pitch-black sword descended from the skies and slashed through the body of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The true Martial Tao Body had just almost collapsed and exploded. Now that it was slashed by Hell Lord Torment Springs' quasi-emperor weapon, it could not defend and was sliced into two. The withered yellow staff pointed forward and a gigantic yellow torrent struck the remnant body of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The immense power shattered the true Martial Tao Body into pieces and a blood mist burst forth. It was over. When Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs saw that, they heaved a sigh of relief. The hearts of the two of them skipped a beat when they saw that the body of the Martial Tao Prime Body could withstand the full-powered attack of the two of them and not die. Fortunately, this person was severely injured and was at the end of his rope. That was the reason why he was killed by their weapons. A look of sorrow and pity flashed through Tang Kong's eyes before there was only calmness left. He had long expected this day and was mentally prepared. As long as the martial Dao prime body died, he would definitely be buried with him. Consort Yu looked at this scene in a daze and her mind went blank. The many living beings of hell around the altar finally snapped out of their stupor and shouted one after another. Of course, among the experts of the 8 hells, there were many with conflicted expressions. Indeed, the hell world won this battle. However, the price paid for this outsider of the medium kiliacosm was way too great. Of the 9 hell lords, only 2 were still alive and the rest were already dead. This was equivalent to the 9 hells experiencing a huge bloodbath. The living beings of hell below the altar cheered continuously. However, before long, the cheers gradually died down. In the end, there was complete silence. All the living beings of hell widened their eyes and looked at the scene on the altar in disbelief. Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs had long noticed the abnormality. After Desolate Marshal died earlier on, his shattered body vanished strangely. Right where he died, a gigantic dark grotto heaven appeared. However, there was clearly a life force in the gloom grotto heaven. Well, she's not dead? Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs had bewildered expressions as they stared fixedly at the dark grotto heaven not far away. Even with the knowledge of the 2 hell lords, they did not understand what was going on. A minor grotto heaven? The 2 hell lords probed and felt relieved. Hell Lord Torment Springs sneered, "Stop with the pretense. So what if you've transformed into a grotto heaven? I'll just kill you again." Chapter 2711, 2711 Blood Pupil. 2711 Blood Pupil. The martial Dao prime body was wary and did not use the essence martial grotto heaven the entire time. However, his true martial Dao body was shattered by 2 quasi-emperor experts and the essence martial grotto heaven naturally appeared. His true martial Dao body was the essence martial grotto heaven. Only when 2 quasi-emperor experts shattered and destroyed his essence martial grotto heaven could he be considered to have truly died. Of course, his essence martial grotto heaven was only at lesser mastery and could not fight against the 2 hell lords. The power of a quasi-emperors were indeed terrifying. When the 2 quasi-emperors joined forces, they even shattered the true martial Dao body that had already stepped into the martial domain realm. Not only did the true martial Dao body contain the dermic Dao of the martial Dao, there was also a domain formed by countless dermic arts. Even then, he could not defend against the onslaught of the 2 quasi-emperors. Of course, the injuries of the martial Dao prime body were not as serious as the 2 hell lords had imagined. The true martial Dao body shattered and the essence martial grotto heaven appeared. In the battle earlier on, he killed 6 hell lords in succession. 4 perfected grotto heavens of hell lords were devoured by his martial Dao purgatory. After the martial Dao purgatory devoured the perfected grotto heavens, the power of the grotto heavens and the dermic Dao nurtured in them surged into the essence martial grotto heaven. In other words, after he cultivated his domain, the martial Dao prime body no longer had to release his essence martial grotto heaven to devour other grotto heavens. The martial Dao purgatory alone could help the essence martial grotto heaven grow. At that moment, apart from countless dermic arts, there was also a huge life force in the perfected grotto heavens of the 4 hell lords. As the essence martial grotto heaven refined and absorbed the massive life force, the injuries of the true martial Dao body healed rapidly. Right then, a commotion sounded from the depths of the essence martial grotto heaven. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The strange dermic treasure fell silent after being burned by the soul lantern for a long time. But now that the true martial Dao body was shattered, a large amount of essence blood burst forth and was devoured by the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. Suddenly, a strange feeling rose in the heart of the martial Dao prime body. After the Netherworld treasure mirror devoured a large amount of his essence blood, he seemed to have established a connection with the mirror. Initially, he did not know how to control the treasure mirror. At that moment, the martial Dao Prime Body's spirit consciousness moved and the Netherworld treasure mirror followed his consciousness, flying out of the essence martial grotto heaven. Hell Lord Yellow Springs stared at the dark grotto heaven not far away and narrowed his old eyes, not advancing rashly. That dark grotto heaven posed no threat to him. However, there seemed to be something extremely terrifying in the depths of the dark grotto heaven that made his heart palpitate. That feeling disappeared in a flash, as though it was an illusion. However, Hell Lord Yellow Springs was still wary. He had never felt such a palpitation ever since he stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Out of caution, Hell Lord Yellow Springs did not choose to attack with Hell Lord Torment Springs. With Hell Lord Torment Springs' Quasi-Emperor cultivation, it was simply easy for him to destroy a minor grotto heaven. If Hell Lord Torment Springs killed Desolate Marshal completely, there was no harm in giving him the position of Lord of Hell. Hell Lord Torment Springs stepped forward and glared at the dark grotto heaven not far away. He sneered and waved the pitch-black sword in his hand, stabbing towards the dark grotto heaven. Right then, a dark light suddenly flew out from the essence martial grotto heaven and blocked Hell Lord Torment Springs' pitch-black sword. It was a dark circular mirror that looked a little ancient. The sound of metal clashing sounded when Hell Lord Torment Springs' pitch-black sword struck the treasure mirror. Immediately after, Hell Lord Torment Springs shuddered. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the sword of the pitch-black sword. Hell Lord Torment Springs' pupils constricted. Tiny cracks had already appeared on the pitch-black sword and were spreading gradually. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sword body. His Quasi-Emperor weapon was shattered. How was that possible? Hell Lord Torment Springs looked instinctively at the dark treasure mirror under the sword. The treasure mirror floated slowly and a sanguine light suddenly appeared in the center of the mirror. Subsequently, it expanded gradually until it was slender and horizontal in the middle of the mirror. The entire mirror was like a single pitch-black eye. Like a pupil in that eye, the sanguine light glared at Hell Lord Torment Springs. The moment Hell Lord Torment Springs and Hell Lord Yellow Springs saw the treasure mirror clearly, their expressions changed in shock and their eyes revealed endless fear. A look of despair enveloped Hell Lord Torment Springs when the sanguine light appeared on the treasure mirror. Right in front of everyone, the sanguine light in the treasure mirror suddenly burst forth from the blood pupil within and landed on Hell Lord Torment Springs. Immediately after, Hell Lord Torment Springs transformed into a pool of blood and scattered on the altar. The essence spirit of Hell Lord Torment Springs could not escape either and was destroyed on the spot. Hell Lord Torment Springs, a Quasi-Emperor, died on the spot. Furthermore, his death was extremely tragic and strange. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pool of blood without any resistance. Pust! Around the altar, countless experts of hell gasped and shuddered. For some unknown reason, the aura emitted by the dark treasure mirror made them feel a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The blood pupil that appeared on the treasure mirror made many living beings of hell shiver. Even Hell Lord Torment Springs, who was a Quasi-Emperor, turned into blood on the spot when the blood pupil glanced at him. Who present could defend against it? Netherworld treasure mirror. Suddenly, Hell Lord Yellow Springs shouted, "It's the Netherworld treasure mirror." The moment they heard those words, many experts of hell seemed to have awakened the fear that had been sealed in their memories for a long time. Greetings, Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell must have returned. Many living beings of hell had terrified expressions and were even kneeling towards the treasure mirror above the altar, chanting. Of course, although many living beings of hell were terrified, they stood on the spot with puzzled expressions. Upon hearing Hell Lord Yellow Springs shout, the Netherworld treasure mirror in midair suddenly spun slightly. The blood pupil on it turned around and locked onto Hell Lord Yellow Springs instantly. Netherworld Eye. Hell Lord Yellow Springs shuddered when he was targeted by the blood pupil on the Netherworld treasure mirror. He knelt on the sacrificial altar with a thud and knelt in the direction of the dark grotto heaven, shouting, "Lord of Hell, please spare my life." After killing Hell Lord Torment Springs, the blood color of the blood pupil on the Netherworld treasure mirror clearly dimmed. However, the Netherworld treasure mirror and the sanguine light that appeared on it were still a huge deterrent to Hell Lord Yellow Springs and the living beings of Hell present. After seeing Hell Lord Yellow Springs' actions, the Hell experts who were initially hesitant did not dare to hesitate and knelt on the ground one after another. At some point in time, the figure of the Martial Dao Prime Body had already reappeared with the Netherworld treasure mirror in his hands. Thereafter, an extremely shocking scene appeared in Torment Springs City. With the altar as the center, the dense living beings of Hell knelt down in circles and spread continuously. They extended beyond Torment Springs City until the distant horizons that could not be seen. Chapter 2712, 2712 Greetings, Mistress. 2712 Greetings, Mistress. When Tang Kong heard the words Netherworld treasure mirror, his face turned pale as well and he knelt down hurriedly. On the altar, only the Martial Dao Prime Body and Consort Yu were still standing. Consort Yu had a confused expression and had yet to recover. She had long known that the Netherworld treasure mirror was in the hands of the Martial Dao Prime Body and that the mirror was once the weapon of the Lord of Hell. However, she did not expect the Netherworld treasure mirror to be so intimidating in the Hell world. The Martial Dao Prime Body was surprised by the scene before him that happened because he took out the Netherworld treasure mirror. Including Hell Lord Bitter Springs, the living beings of Hell who knelt down were not afraid of him, but the Netherworld treasure mirror in his hands. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hell Lord Torment Springs, who was a quasi-emperor, was killed the moment the Netherworld treasure mirror appeared. Hell Lord Torment Springs died too tragically. When the blood pupil on the Netherworld treasure mirror glanced at him, he turned into a pool of blood in the blink of an eye. According to Hell Lord Bitter Springs, the blood pupil was the Netherworld eye and should be a killing move evolved from the Netherworld treasure mirror. The Netherworld eye was indeed terrifying. In fact, the Martial Dao Prime Body even wondered if he himself could defend against the sanguine light. The conditions for activating the Netherworld eye were too harsh and required a large amount of essence blood. Even with the powerful bloodline of the Martial Dao Prime Body, he could barely withstand it. Unless forced, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not intend to activate the Netherworld treasure mirror and release the Netherworld eye. To be precise, the activation of the Netherworld treasure mirror only required a large amount of essence blood. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not dare to let it devour the bloodlines of other living beings wantonly. With that, the Netherworld treasure mirror would establish a connection with other living beings and completely escape his control. Although the Netherworld treasure mirror was burned by the Soul Lantern once, it was clearly not completely subdued. The Martial Dao Prime Body could vaguely sense a powerful will hidden in the depths of the Netherworld treasure mirror. However, the will was wary and had already gone into hiding. The Martial Dao Prime Body held the Netherworld treasure mirror with a myriad of thoughts. At that moment, Consort Yu snapped out of her daze and looked at the dense kneeling figures around her. She was the only one who was still standing on the spot, looking extremely outstanding. She hesitated for a moment and knelt down towards the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body seemed to have sensed something and suddenly extended his arm. Before Consort Yu could finish kneeling, he helped her up and shook his head. Consort Yu, there's no need for this between us. Both of them came from Tian Huang and were old friends. Furthermore, Consort Yu had just saved his life. What the Martial Dao Prime Body did was something extremely normal to him. However, in the eyes of the other living beings of Hell, it seemed to be meaningful. In and out of Torment Springs City, the experts and living beings of the 8 Hells gathered. With Hell Lord Bitter Springs as the leader, they knelt down. However, only the beautiful woman could stand beside the martial Tao prime body. What did that mean? In the hell world, they were strict about hierarchy and statuses. Unless it was someone extremely close to him, no one else was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Hell. Furthermore, the way the martial Tao prime body addressed her earlier on made many experts even more certain of their guesses. Hell consort, yes. Hell Lord Bitter Springs nodded to himself. There should be no mistake. How could the living beings of Hell know that the martial Tao prime body was addressing her as consort you instead of the Hell consort? In the eyes of most living beings of Hell, the martial Tao prime body wielding the netherworld treasure mirror was the new Lord of Hell. That was because only the Lord of Hell could control and subdue the netherworld treasure mirror. The netherworld treasure mirror was once the #1 lethal weapon in the Hell world. Before the Dharma ending era, only the Lord of Hell could subdue it. The netherworld treasure mirror was the symbol of the Lord of Hell. Now that someone had descended into the Hell world with the netherworld treasure mirror, in the hearts of many living beings of Hell, this person was naturally the best choice for the Lord of Hell. Of course, some experts of Hell were still suspicious and were unwilling to admit it. The martial Tao prime body came from the medium Kiliakosm after all and was an outsider from another race. He did not have the pure bloodline of the nether race and was not even a living being of the Hell world. Yet, such a person was going to become the Lord of Hell and rule over the 9 hells? Those thoughts flashed through the minds of some experts of Hell who remained calm but did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Ever since the person on the altar descended, he had only said 2 sentences. Thereafter, 8 of the 9 Hell Lords were already dead. This person was even more terrifying than the former Lord of Hell. Right now, Hell Lord Bitter Springs was the only one left who knelt on the altar and begged bitterly despite his old age. Which other living being of Hell would dare to resist? With the death of the 8 Hell Lords and the appearance of the netherworld treasure mirror, the overall situation was set and no one could shake the status of the martial Tao prime body. Get up. The martial Tao prime body looked at Hell Lord Bitter Springs and said indifferently. He had no intention of exterminating them to begin with. If there was truly a way to leave the Hell world, the Hell Lords would probably be the ones to know about it. Hell Lord Bitter Springs was delighted and kowtowed hurriedly. Thank you for not killing me, Master. I'll definitely be loyal to you for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, I'll definitely die. Hell Lord Bitter Springs was extremely decisive and swore a Tao oath right away. When he saw that the martial Tao prime body was decisive and ruthless in killing, he was afraid that his existence would make the martial Tao prime body suspicious. That was the reason why he made such a solemn oath to reassure the martial Tao prime body. After making the Tao oath, Hell Lord Bitter Springs looked at Consort Yu at the side and bowed once more. He was polite and said extremely respectfully, "Greetings, Mistress." A blush flashed across Consort Yu's fair face and her eyes were filled with panic. She waved her hand instinctively, wanting to defend herself. At the side, the martial Tao prime body was worried about the Green Lotus true body and did not let the two of them continue chatting. He asked directly, Hell Lord Bitter Springs, I want to return to the medium Kiliakosm. Is there any way? Well. Hell Lord Bitter Springs had a troubled expression. He hesitated for a moment before probing, Master, you're already the Lord of Hell. Why do you still want to return to the medium Kiliakosm? You've just become the Lord of Hell and is now the Master of the Hell world. If you leave right away, without a master, we living beings of Hell might fall into chaos once more. As he said that, Hell Lord Bitter Springs glanced at Consort Yu beside the martial Tao prime body. There were some things Hell Lord Bitter Springs did not say explicitly. However, what he implied was that Consort Yu's cultivation realm was too low and it might not be a problem for the martial Tao prime body to leave for the time being. As time passed by, without a leader, the Hell world would definitely fall into chaos again. At that time, it would probably be difficult for this Hell consort to protect herself. The martial Tao Prime Body said indifferently, "She can just leave with me." When she heard that, Consort Yu shook her head. "I'd better stay here." Consort Yu lowered her head slightly and did not meet the gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body. She said softly, "If you want to come back in the future, come and visit me." Chapter 2713 Ghost Race. 2713 Ghost Race. The martial Tao Prime Body was silent. He could roughly guess Consort Yu's thoughts. Although Consort Yu still retained the memories of her previous life, she was transformed from the Hell Frost Springs and had already become a true nether race being. Only the special environment of the Hell world was suitable for Consort Yu to cultivate. Furthermore, even if Consort Yu returned to the medium Kiliacosm with him, she would be incompatible with the environment of the medium Kiliacosm due to her identity as a nether race being. Apart from the two guesses of the martial Tao Prime Body, Consort Yu had another thought. The martial Tao Prime Body had already become the Lord of Hell. Although the Hell world was trapped in the Dharma ending era, there were countless living beings in Hell. This was an unimaginably massive faction. Consort Yu wanted to stay and help the martial Tao Prime Body control these factions as much as possible. If there came a day when the martial Tao Prime Body wanted to make use of the power of the Hell world, or if he encountered danger in the medium Kiliacosm, he could return to the Hell world at any time and take over all the living beings of Hell. Of course, Consort Yu knew that with her strength, she was not enough to suppress this group of Hell experts. She could only rely on the notoriety of the martial Tao Prime Body to forcibly maintain the situation for the time being. There shouldn't be any problems in the near future. However, if too much time passed and the martial Tao Prime Body still did not return, the Hell world would be without a leader and... Consort Yu continued, "Don't worry and leave. I have Hell Lord Bitter Springs protecting me and nothing will happen." As she said that, Consort Yu glanced at Hell Lord Bitter Springs. Hell Lord Bitter Springs lamented bitterly in his heart but nodded. Consort Yu sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Furthermore, I've already comprehended the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. With my status as the mistress, no one should dare to stop me from cultivating the other 8 Hell Sutras in other hells. Apart from the former Lord of Hell, I might be the second person to master the complete 9 Springs Hell Sutra. The next time you return, I might have already cultivated to the Nether King realm and caught up to you." When the martial Tao Prime Body saw that Consort Yu insisted on staying, he nodded and did not persuade her anymore. Bitter Springs. The martial Tao Prime Body looked at Hell Lord Bitter Springs once more. "Do you know of any method of returning to the medium Kiliacosm? Speak your mind, don't worry." When he asked earlier on, Hell Lord Bitter Springs' expression clearly fluctuated, as though he had thought of something. Hell Lord Bitter Springs pondered for a moment. Under normal circumstances, only the power of a great emperor can break through the barrier between the Hell world and the medium Kiliacosm, allowing them to leave at will. "I don't know of a way to return to the medium Kiliacosm, Master. However, I know a monster who might be able to help you." "Monster?" The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Hell Lord Bitter Springs explained, "This monster is incomparably ugly and is born fiendish. He belongs to the Wuxia race and comes from the ghost world. I don't know what method he used to come to our Hell world. Now, he's imprisoned by me in the prison of Bitter Springs Hell." The eyes of the martial Tao Prime Body flickered. Hell Lord Bitter Springs' words earlier on revealed a lot of information. Wuxia race, ghost world. When the Green Lotus True Body helped Xie Qingqing fight for the Prince's Seal, he had seen traces of the Wuxia race on the Azura battlefield and some texts and diagrams were passed down. The martial Tao Prime Body knew those memories clearly as well. According to the records on the Azura battlefield, the Wuxia race had a total of 3 lineages: Earth Wuxia, Heaven Wuxia and the strongest, mysterious and rare Void Wuxia. There were no traces of the Wuxia race in the medium Kiliacosm. There was not a single world in the Trichiliocosm that belonged to the Yiksha race. The Yiksha race was extremely mysterious, as though they had appeared in a chaotic era before disappearing. Where was this ghost world that Hell Lord Bitter Springs was referring to? There did not seem to be a ghost world in the medium Kiliocosm. Let's go take a look. The martial Tao Prime Body gestured for Hell Lord Bitter Springs to lead the way. At the same time, he looked at Tang Kong and said, "Accompany Consort Yu to the other 8 hells and let her browse the other 8 hell sutras." The martial Tao Prime Body did not hide his voice, and his words spread throughout Torment Spring City. All the living beings of hell heard it clearly. Against the might of the martial Tao Prime Body, no living being of hell dared to object. Pausing for a moment, the martial Tao Prime Body sent a voice transmission to Consort Yu's spirit consciousness. "Remember to bring back some water from the hell boundless springs." "All right." Consort Yu agreed. The 4 of them split into 2 groups. Hell Lord Bitter Springs brought the martial Tao Prime Body to Bitter Springs Hell, while Tang Kong accompanied Consort Yu to the other 8 hells. Many hell experts of Torment Springs Hell dispersed as well. With the teleportation formation of Torment Spring City, the martial Tao Prime Body and Hell Lord Bitter Springs descended into the Bitter Springs Palace before long. The moment the martial Tao Prime Body stepped into the Bitter Springs Palace, a thought flashed through his mind and he suddenly asked, "Is the ghost world you mentioned one of the 6 paths?" "Yes." Hell Lord Bitter Springs said, "The Hungry Ghost Tao, one of the 6 paths, is the ghost world." Indeed. The martial Tao Prime Body had just recalled that since the Hell Tao of the 6 paths was a world that coexisted with the medium Kiliocosm, it should be the same for the Hungry Ghost Tao. From the looks of it, the Hungry Ghost Tao, which was also the ghost world, should be a world that coexisted with the medium Kiliocosm and the Hell world. "You just said that the Yiksha race is from the ghost world?" As the 2 of them walked towards the prison of Bitter Springs Hell, the martial Tao Prime Body asked. Hell Lord Bitter Springs replied, "That's right. Actually, the Yiksha race is the ghost race." The martial Tao Prime Body recalled the records of Yikshas. Yiksha was a Sanskrit word. The translation of it mentioned that they were extremely agile, could bite ghosts and had unfathomable movements. In reality, that record had already revealed the origins of the Yiksha race. The martial Tao Prime Body asked again, "According to what I know, there are 3 lineages to the Yiksha race. Which lineage is imprisoned here?" "A void Yiksha." Hell Lord Bitter Spring said, "Void Yikshas are extremely rare and are the kings of the Yikshas race. They have immense strength and agile movement techniques. They can even fly into the skies and burrow into the ground, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Furthermore, this Void Yiksha is a perfected Grotto Heaven Ghost King." "Oh." A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao Prime Body. To think that he would have the chance to see a living Void Yiksha in the Hell world. Furthermore, it was even a Ghost King Void Yiksha. Hell Lord Bitter Spring said, "To be honest, Master, although my cultivation realm and combat strength are higher than his, this Void Yiksha is extremely powerful. If he was at his peak, I might not have been able to capture him alive. A perfected Grotto Heaven Void Yiksha could actually escape the suppression of a quasi-emperor expert. In that case, the Void Yiksha was indeed extraordinary." Hell Lord Bitter Spring said, "The reason why I was able to capture him alive was because he was already covered in injuries and his aura was weak when he arrived at the Hell world. Secondly, Bitter Springs Hell has a great counter for him." The martial Tao Prime Body said, "You're referring to the Hell Bitter Springs, isn't it?" Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled and nodded. Each of the 9 springs of hell had a different power. It was clearly recorded in the ancient book that the Hell Bitter Springs could restrain the ghost race and cause immense damage to them. Chapter 2714, 2714 Nether River. 2714 Nether River. Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the Bitter Springs Palace. The prison of Bitter Springs Hell was built right beside the Hell Bitter Springs and was surrounded by it, forming a forbidden ground. Hell Lord Bitter Springs opened the prison and brought the martial Dao Prime body down continuously to the depths underground. Thereafter, he advanced and finally arrived at the secret chamber in the depths of the prison. For Hell Lord Bitter Springs to imprison the Void Yiksha here so cautiously, it was clear how much he valued the latter. Standing outside the secret chamber, Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled. To be honest, Master, I didn't kill him and imprison him here the entire time because I valued his capabilities and wanted him to submit to me. However, it's a pity this monster's temper is too stubborn. He was imprisoned by me for many years but still refused to give in. This monster looks ugly and has a surly personality. Master, be careful later. The martial Dao Prime body was expressionless and remained silent. Hell Lord Bitter Springs opened the secret chamber carefully. It was dark and sinister inside and the smell of rotting flesh was nauseating. Suddenly, in the depths of the secret chamber, a ball of green flames lit up, illuminating an ugly and sinister face. A pair of bulging and bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at the two of them at the entrance of the secret chamber. Hell Lord Bitter Springs entered the secret chamber first and cast a dermic art to light it up. The body of the Void Yiksha appeared from the darkness. The Void Yiksha was 30 feet tall, much taller than the martial Dao Prime body and Hell Lord Bitter Springs. Right now, his limbs were chained to the walls around the secret chamber. The martial Dao Prime body could clearly see that the flesh of the Void Yiksha that was chained had long rotted and emitted a stench. For example, thick bones could even be seen beneath the rotting flesh on his wrists and ankles. The chains that trapped the Void Yiksha clearly contained some special power. If he was not wrong, those chains were forged from the Hell Bitter Springs. That was the exact reason why the Void Yiksha could be imprisoned here. The Void Yiksha was in a terrible state and his aura was weak. Even so, he glared angrily at the martial Dao Prime body and Hell Lord Bitter Springs with a ferocious expression. The martial Dao Prime body strode forward and arrived near the Void Yiksha. Hell Lord Bitter Springs followed hurriedly. Indeed, the Void Yiksha was ugly and malevolent. He had greenish-black skin and a hump-shaped head. The hair on him was even burning with green flames. The green flame that first lit up in the secret chamber came from the head of the Void Yiksha. Ordinary people might even be scared out of their wits the first time they caught sight of this Void Yiksha. The Void Yiksha, who had been calm all along, suddenly extended his neck and stretched forward, letting out a deep roar at the martial Dao Prime body. The Void Yiksha opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth that shone with a cold glint. He was less than a foot away from the face of the martial Dao Prime body. A violent sound came from the chains on the four walls. If not for those chains of the Bitter Springs, the Void Yiksha might have even pounced on the martial Dao Prime body. If it was anyone else, they would have dodged instinctively when such a sinister and terrifying face pounced over. However, the martial Dao Prime body did not move at all. In fact, he did not even blink and had a deep gaze. The calmness of the martial Dao Prime body seemed to surprise the Void Yiksha as well. Bastard, how dare you! Hell Lord Bitter Springs reacted and was enraged. Afraid that the martial Dao Prime body might vent his anger on him, he hurriedly circulated his dermic arts and tightened the surrounding chains. The chains on the Void Yiksha contracted once more and the iron hoop was even stuck in his bones. The power of the Bitter Springs not only corroded the Void Yiksha's bones. The pain made the gigantic body of the Void Yiksha tremble continuously. However, he still did not say anything and merely grit his teeth and endured. The martial Dao Prime body raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Hell Lord Bitter Springs to stop. Hell Lord Bitter Springs understood and temporarily relaxed the chains, retracting his punishment. The martial Dao Prime body looked at the Void Yiksha in front of him and said indifferently, "It's our first time meeting and I don't blame you. Don't let me see you behave as such again." The martial Tao Prime Body wanted to obtain important information from the Void Yiksha and did not intend to tangle with him anymore. Given the ferocious and unyielding nature of this Void Yiksha, there's a high chance of failure if the soul-searching art was used on it. When he heard the threat of the martial Tao Prime Body, a hint of disdain flashed through the depths of the Void Yiksha's eyes. He could tell that the purple-robed man before him was only an ordinary human. Weak humans had always been their food. Even if some humans cultivated some powerful bloodlines and many divine powers and secret skills, they could not withstand a single blow from him. Hell Lord Bitter Springs berated, "This is the Lord of Hell who is revered by the 9 hells now. Beast, you'd better behave yourself." Oh. When he heard that, the Void Yiksha let out a strange sound and looked at the martial Tao Prime Body in shock, as though he could not believe it. A human had become the Lord of Hell? The old man before him was a quasi-emperor expert and Hell Lord Bitter Springs. If he was not the one who said those words, the Void Yiksha might have thought that it was a joke. However, immediately after, the Void Yiksha suddenly grinned with a mocking expression. To think that the Hell world had already fallen to such a state and could actually let a human become the Lord of Hell. As the Void Yiksha thought that, he suddenly heard the human in front of him speak. "I'm here to ask you something. If you can give me a satisfactory answer, I can let you regain your freedom." When he heard that, a glint flashed through the eyes of the Void Yiksha. Regain freedom. Those words were way too tempting for him. He had been imprisoned here for many years. Although he had never submitted to Hell Lord Bitter Springs, he wanted to leave this place and regain his freedom at all times. "Ask away." The Void Yiksha spoke with an extremely unpleasant voice, as though a stone had streaked across an iron weapon. "I want to head to the medium Kiliacosm. Is there any way?" The martial Tao Prime Body asked. The Void Yiksha was stunned, as though he had not expected the martial Tao Prime Body to have such thoughts. However, before long, he shook his head. "There's no way." The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly. Pausing for a moment, he asked again, "How did you come to the Hell world from the Ghost world back then?" "The Nether River." The Void Yiksha said slowly. At the same time, a hint of fear flashed through his eyes. It was as though the words Nether River possessed a special power that made him feel fear. "The Nether River?" The martial Tao Prime Body frowned. There seemed to be some records of the Nether River in the ancient books of the Hell world, but most of them were vague and secretive. Chapter 2715, 2715 Going Upstream. 2715 Going Upstream. Hell Lord Bitter Springs seemed to be surprised as well when he heard the words Nether River. He fell into deep thought and murmured, "Could the Nether River really exist?" "What do you know?" the martial Tao Prime Body asked. Hell Lord Bitter Springs explained, "It said that the Lord of Hell inadvertently mentioned the Nether River once. According to the Lord of Hell back then, the source of the 9 springs of Hell was actually the Nether River." When he heard that, the martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. Back when he saw the Hell Frost Springs, a thought flashed through his mind. A large part of the formation of the Hell world was due to the existence of the 9 springs of Hell. The 9 springs of Hell provided a large amount of nether chi that could allow living beings of Hell to cultivate in this world. As long as it was a spring, there would definitely be a spring source. For the 9 springs of Hell to have such powerful strength and possess different powers, what was the source of the 9 springs and where was it? And now, the martial Tao Prime Body heard an answer from Hell Lord Bitter Springs. "The Nether River." The martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and said, "In other words, the Nether River split into 9 different streams and surged into the Hell world, forming the current 9 springs of Hell." Hell Lord Bitter Springs nodded. "Foo-foo." At the side, the Void Yiksha suddenly sneered with disdain. "Beast, what are you laughing at?" Hell Lord Bitter Springs' expression darkened as he berated. The Void Yiksha grinned. So the dignified Lord of Hell doesn't even know about the Nether River. Ha ha ha. Do you think the Nether River exists just to split into the 9 springs of hell? The main source of the 9 springs of hell is only a tributary of the Nether River. The Nether River has another tributary that surges into our ghost world and is also the river of life of our ghost world. When they heard that, the martial Tao Prime Body and Hell Lord Bitter Springs were shocked. The formation of the 9 springs of hell was merely a tributary of the Nether River. As for the other tributary of the Nether River, it flowed towards the ghost world. The Void Yiksha said proudly, all of us ghosts were born from the river of life by Lady Ghost Mother. Lady Ghost Mother? The martial Tao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly. Hell Lord Bitter Springs could tell that the martial Tao Prime Body was puzzled and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. It said that the honorific title of the Lord of the Ghost World is the Brahma Ghost Mother. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded to himself. In that case, Brahma Ghost Mother should be on the same status and level as the Lord of Hell back then. A special life form like the Nether race was born from the 9 springs of hell. In the ghost world, there was also a river of life that nurtured strange living beings such as the ghost race. Be it the 9 springs of hell or the river of life of the ghost world, they were merely tributaries of the Nether River. What kind of power was contained in the Nether River? It was no wonder why even the Ghost King Void Yiksha shuddered in fear at the mention of the Nether River. Where was the Nether River and how was it formed? Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime Body felt that he was in contact with another world. It was mysterious and vast, filled with endless unknowns and was completely different from the medium Kiliacosm. As for the Hell world, it might only be the tip of the iceberg of this world. You haven't told us how you came to the Hell world. Hell Lord Bitter Springs asked. That memory seemed to be extremely painful for the Void Yiksha. He was silent for a moment before saying slowly, I committed a heinous crime in the ghost world and was exiled by Lady Ghost Mother to the Nether River to fend for myself. I couldn't defend against the power of the Nether River at all. However, by a freak coincidence, I was swept by a countercurrent of the Nether River and accidentally entered another tributary of the Nether River, the 9 springs of hell. Later on, I went with the flow of the 9 springs of hell and finally arrived in the Bitter Springs. The martial Tao Prime Body was enlightened. If the 9 springs of hell and the river of life of the ghost world had the same source, theoretically speaking, it was indeed possible for the 2 worlds to connect. However, the difficulty was way too great. Otherwise, there couldn't have merely been a single Void Yiksha who drifted over by accident after all these years. However, even though he knew that, it was useless in helping him leave the Hell world and return to the medium Kiliacosm. The martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, You came from the ghost world. Is there any way to head to the medium Kiliacosm in the ghost world? The expression of the Void Yiksha changed, as though he had thought of something. However, he did not say anything. Speak. The martial Tao Prime Body's gaze was sharp as he caught that flash of movement on the Void Yiksha's face. The Void Yiksha said, If we were in the ghost world, we might be able to descend into the medium Kiliacosm through the method of sacrificial offerings. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded slightly. This was the only method of heading to the medium Kiliacosm that he had heard so far. No matter what, he had to give it a try. In that case, let's head to the ghost world first. The martial Tao Prime Body had already made up his mind. The Void Yiksha shook his head and pouted. It's a complete coincidence that I was able to arrive at the Hell world. It's impossible for you to follow the 9 springs of hell and swim against the current to enter the Nether River before finding the tributary of the Nether River and entering the ghost world through the River of Life. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your human bloodline and physique, you'll die inside the Nether River if you enter. You won't be able to return alive, let alone find the River of Life through a long period of drifting before entering the ghost world. The martial Tao Prime Body was silent. In reality, he knew very well that the success rate of this method was indeed low, let alone the danger. However, no matter what, he had to give it a try. Let him go. The expression of the martial Dao Prime body changed as he gestured for Hell Lord Bitter Springs to remove the chains on the void Yiksha. Master. Hell Lord Bitter Springs said in a low voice, "This beast is unreasonable and unruly. The chains on his body are still intact. How about I hand the other end of the chains to you?" Hell Lord Bitter Springs was not worried that the martial Dao Prime body could not subdue the void Yiksha. However, given the methods of the void Yiksha, he could appear and disappear unpredictably. If he wanted to escape, no one would be able to suppress him. There's no need. The martial Dao Prime body waved it off with a calm expression. Hell Lord Bitter Springs hesitated for a moment but still listened to the arrangements of the martial Dao Prime body. He released Dermic arts and released the chains on the void Yiksha one after another. After regaining his freedom, a look of excitement flashed through the depths of the void Yiksha's eyes. "Can you still walk?" the martial Dao Prime body asked. The void Yiksha grinned and nodded. There was not much flesh left on his ankle except for 2 thick ankle bones. However, the void Yiksha still followed closely behind the martial Dao Prime body. At first, his footsteps staggered. Before long, the rotten flesh on the void Yiksha's ankle and wrist had already begun to fall off and new flesh appeared. This Ghost King void Yiksha was recovering at a visible speed. Chapter 2716, 2716 World Passageways. 2716 World Passageways. The 3 of them quickly arrived beside the Hell Bitter Springs. The martial Dao Prime body looked at the spring water that surged slowly in the middle of the pool with a deep gaze. Hell Lord Bitter Springs persuaded, "Master, the power of the Bitter Springs is extraordinary. Not only can it suppress the ghost race, it's also extremely lethal to ordinary living beings. If this was the case for the Hell Bitter Springs, it would be even worse at the legendary Nether River that was the end of the Bitter Springs. But now, if he wanted to return to the medium Kiliacosm, he had no choice but to take the risk. Furthermore, the martial Dao Prime body was rather interested in the Nether River. If he was not wrong, the reason why the living beings of the Hell world were called the Nether race might be related to the Nether River. "Wait for me here. I'll go down and investigate." After saying that, the martial Dao Prime body leaped into the source of the Bitter Springs. His body sank and he vanished. Hee. The void Yiksha let out a strange laugh and muttered, "This person actually dared to go down. I'm afraid he won't be able to return after this." Hell Lord Bitter Springs was silent as he stood by the spring and waited quietly. After the martial Dao Prime body entered the source of the Bitter Springs, not only did he have to resist the impact of the spring water, he also had to resist the strange power contained in the Hell Bitter Springs. The martial Dao Prime body channeled his blood chi and the sound of a tsunami rumbled from his body, causing him to sink continuously. The spring water surged upwards and it was equivalent to the martial Dao Prime body going against the currents. As he went deeper, the resistance of the spring water and the surrounding pressure, including the strange power in the 9 springs of hell, intensified. The martial Dao Prime body stabilized his body and the Bitter Springs section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra flashed through his mind. He had only read that section of the sutra once. However, he had long comprehended the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Therefore, there were not many obstacles to comprehending the Bitter Springs section and it could be said that everything was smooth sailing. He was surrounded by the Hell Bitter Springs. When he comprehended the power of the Bitter Springs according to the Bitter Springs section, everything became much easier. Before long, as the martial Dao Prime body comprehended the Bitter Springs section continuously, the obstruction of the Hell Bitter Springs towards him decreased as well. The martial Dao Prime body continued to sink. Even in the depths of the Hell Bitter Springs, his eyes were still burning with 2 purple flames that reflected everything around him to maintain his vision. There was no direction in the Hell Bitter Springs at all. The martial Tao prime body merely followed the direction of the spring water and moved against the current continuously, sinking and advancing at times. After an unknown period of time, the vision of the martial Tao prime body suddenly cleared up and he saw an extremely shocking scene. At the end of his vision, 8 different rivers vaguely appeared. Like a galaxy that filled the sky, they crossed the endless void and flowed slowly, emitting a completely different aura. The source of the 8 rivers led to another dark and endless river. Including the hell bitter springs that the martial Tao prime body was in, there were a total of 9 springs. In other words, the dark and gloomy river ahead was the legendary Nether River. Before he approached the Nether River, the martial Tao prime body felt a tremendous pressure just by looking at the dark river in the distance. It was as though every single drop of water in the Nether River contained supreme might that could destroy the world and shatter the firmaments. The martial Tao prime body continued to travel against the current. As he approached the Nether River, the pressure ahead increased. Finally, the martial Tao prime body arrived at the end of the hell bitter springs and stopped. As long as he took another half step forward, he would be able to enter the Nether River. The martial Tao prime body stood in front of the Nether River and felt extremely tiny. His strength seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from the Nether River. Even when he faced the Builder Tree back then, he had never felt such a feeling. The martial Tao prime body hesitated for a moment before charging into the Nether River. The Nether River was bone-chilling. Compared to it, the power of the 9 springs of hell was like mud. The martial Tao prime body forcefully channeled the martial Tao purgatory to defend against the power of the Nether River. However, the water of the Nether River surged continuously and the martial Tao purgatory swayed. He wanted to swim upwards and break through the surface of the Nether River to arrive above it. However, it was as though countless gigantic hands were pulling his body from within the Nether River, causing him to sink continuously. It was already extremely fortunate that he could maintain his figure in the Nether River and not sink to the bottom, let alone break through the water. Most importantly, the water of the Nether River was forceful and pushed him downstream. According to the Void Yiksha, he followed the flow of the Nether River's current and arrived at the 9 springs of hell. If he wanted to head to the ghost world, he had to go against the flow of the Nether River. Given his current strength, he could not do it at all. The martial Tao prime body did not stay in the Nether River for long before retreating hurriedly and returning to the 9 springs of hell. No. If the martial Tao prime body allowed the Nether River to control the direction, he would not know where he would end up going. Furthermore, given his current physique, bloodline and cultivation realm, he could not last long in the Nether River. After pondering for a moment, the martial Tao prime body could only return the way he came. This time round, he flowed down the hell bitter springs at a much faster speed. Before long, he arrived at the source of the bitter springs. The martial Tao prime body broke out of the water and returned to the bitter springs palace, panting slightly. Oh! A look of surprise flashed through the Void Yiksha's eyes when he saw that the martial Tao prime body had returned alive. He could smell the unique aura of the Nether River from the martial Tao prime body. In other words, this person had really entered the Nether River before. This method won't work. The martial Tao prime body stared at the Void Yiksha and said slowly. The Void Yiksha grinned and shrugged. Pausing for a moment, the Void Yiksha's bulging eyes darted around. Suddenly, he said, "There's another way to head to the ghost world through the netherworld. Enter the 6 paths of reincarnation through the netherworld." The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Void Yiksha nodded. Back then, Consort Yu had mentioned something about the netherworld to him. According to Consort Yu, the netherworld was independent of the 6 paths but connected to them. After all living beings died, their souls would enter the netherworld and enter the 6 paths to reincarnate. The martial Tao prime body asked again, "How do I head to the netherworld?" The souls in the netherworld could enter the hell world, one of the 6 paths. However, the living beings of the hell world could not enter the netherworld in reverse. Unless one possessed the power of a great emperor like the Lord of Hell and could disregard the laws to break through the barrier between two worlds at will. The Void Yiksha said, "From what I know, there are some connections and passageways between the Hell world and the Netherworld." The gaze of the martial Dao Prime Body shifted to Hell Lord Bitter Springs at the side. Hell Lord Bitter Springs had not mentioned this to him. Hell Lord Bitter Springs explained hurriedly, "Master, there are indeed two passageways connecting the Netherworld and the Hell world. However, there are still law barriers at the connection points. Even I can't break them." Chapter 2717, 2717 Suppression. 2717 Suppression. Hell Lord Bitter Springs continued, "Master, you should have heard that there's a yellow springs in the Netherworld. The yellow springs water inside can wash away the memories of the souls of living beings in their previous lives. Actually, the yellow springs of the Netherworld flowed over from our Hell Yellow Springs." The martial Dao Prime Body nodded to himself. Back then, when he saw the records of the Hell Yellow Springs, he thought of some legends about the Soup of Oblivion and the Yellow Springs Road in the Netherworld. Now, it was proven. The source of the Yellow Springs in the Netherworld was the water of the Yellow Springs of the Hell world. "There's another passageway?" the martial Dao Prime Body asked. Hell Lord Bitter Springs said, "The other is the number 1 Hell, Torment Springs Hell. The water in the Hell Torment Springs flows down and leads to the core of the Netherworld, Mount Fengdu." The martial Dao Prime Body said, "In other words, theoretically speaking, one can reach the Netherworld by following the Hell Yellow Springs or the Hell Torment Springs?" "It's true." Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled bitterly. "However, there are still barriers at the intersection points of the two passageways that are difficult to break." The martial Dao Prime Body pondered in silence. Since the Netherworld and Hell World were connected by the Yellow Springs and Torment Springs, even though there were barriers at the intersection points, they would definitely be relatively weaker. Perhaps he could give it a shot. "Let's try these two passageways." The martial Dao Prime Body was worried about the Green Lotus True Body and was prepared to move immediately without hesitation. At the side, the Void Yiksha suddenly said, "I advise you not to try the passageway at the Hell Torment Springs. The other end of the Hell Torment Springs leads to Mount Fengdu. The Lord of the Netherworld, Great Emperor Fengdu, presides over it. Even if you can rush over, it'll be equivalent to committing suicide." "He's right." Hell Lord Bitter Springs nodded as well. "This method violates the rules and laws between the two major worlds after all. Once we're discovered, we might indeed attract a fatal disaster." If the passageway of the Hell Torment Springs could not work, the only passageway left was the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Dao Prime Body brought the Void Yiksha with him and bade farewell to consort you before heading to Yellow Springs Hell, prepared to follow the flow of the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Dao Prime Body knew very little about the Netherworld and the Ghost World. Even if he could leave the Hell World, that was only the first step. If he wanted to return to the medium Kiliacosm successfully, he had to bring this Void Yiksha with him. The bloodline of this Void Yiksha was indeed extraordinary. In less than 2 hours, the injuries on the Void Yiksha's wrist and ankle had mostly healed and a large amount of flesh grew. The Void Yiksha's complexion and mental state were clearly much better. After the martial Dao Prime Body left, he did not have Hell Lord Bitter Springs follow him. Instead, he instructed the latter to stay by the side of Consort Yu. He did not know when he would return after leaving this time round. Without a master, it was difficult for Consort Yu to rule over the masses convincingly. The only way to stabilize the situation was to give her the assistance of Hell Lord Bitter Springs, a quasi-emperor. The two of them descended in the Yellow Springs Palace and sped in the direction of the Hell Yellow Springs. The Void Yiksha followed behind the martial Dao Prime Body. His eyes darted around and a ferocious expression appeared on his face with a sinister gaze. Hell Lord Bitter Springs was no longer here and this was his best chance to escape. Although he had yet to recover to his peak state, it was enough to deal with a human. Even if he was no match for this human, he should be able to escape with his capabilities. From then on, no one in the world could trap him. Although he could not return to the ghost world, it was not bad for him to roam freely in the hell world. The martial Tao prime body did not turn back. His back was facing the void Yiksha the entire time, as though he was unprepared. However, in reality, his spirit perception had already reacted the moment the void Yiksha felt hostility towards him. However, the martial Tao prime body was calm and did not care. The void Yiksha had been imprisoned by Hell Lord Bitter Springs for so many years and suffered all sorts of torture. There was a lot of frustration in his heart, so how could he be willing to be controlled by others? One after another, the two of them were about to step into the Yellow Springs Palace when the void Yiksha attacked. The moment the void Yiksha attacked, he did not hold back and released a powerful blood chi. The long hair on his head burned and his muscles were knotted, turning greenish-black with a terrifying and violent aura. The void Yiksha reached out and grabbed the neck of the martial Tao prime body. The nails of his palms extended slowly and were incomparably sharp. They shone with a cold glint and could even penetrate most divine weapons. Humph! The martial Tao prime body did not turn back and merely waved his robe behind him. A mist spread out from his sleeve and enveloped the void Yiksha. Ah! The moment the mist scattered down, the void Yiksha let out a tragic cry. Green smoke billowed from his body and his flesh rotted with a sizzling sound. Why, you actually hid water of the bitter springs with you? The void Yiksha was shocked and furious. Previously, the martial Tao prime body followed the hell bitter springs and sank continuously. When he arrived in front of the Nether River, he collected some water from the bitter springs on the way back. He had expected the void Yiksha to do this. The water of the bitter springs was meant to make the void Yiksha suffer. When the void Yiksha saw that the martial Tao prime body had the water of the bitter springs, he changed his mind hurriedly and shouted, "Unfathomable!" He did not dare to stay any longer and soared into the air. In a flash, he left behind a ghostly shadow and his true body vanished, wanting to escape. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and he conjured hand seals. A scarlet flame burst forth from his body and spread continuously, forming a domain that enveloped the void Yiksha. Phew! In this domain, flames surged into the skies and burned. In the blink of an eye, the void Yiksha fell into a sea of flames. You want to burn me? When the void Yiksha saw the martial Tao prime body release a flame-type divine power, he was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted and summoned his perfected grotto heaven. Ghost chi surged from it as he laughed loudly. The ghost race is the least afraid. Before the void Yiksha could finish, he stopped. The void Yiksha's eyes widened with a bewildered expression. What flame is this? Even the perfected grotto heaven he had just released could not withstand the flames. In just a few breaths, cracks appeared on his perfected grotto heaven and it could collapse at any moment. It was only at that moment that the void Yiksha realized that he had encountered a tough opponent. How is that possible? What technique is this? The void Yiksha's mind was in chaos. Without any time to think, he turned to escape. However, the martial Tao purgatory had a border barrier that was condensed from runes of countless martial Tao techniques. It was not something that the void Yiksha could escape from just because he wanted to. Boom! The void Yiksha collided against the border of the martial Tao purgatory with a loud bang and his skin was charred black. He fell to the ground and returned to the purgatory. I told you not to let me see you behave as such again. Right then, the voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded slowly in the raging flames. The void Yiksha turned around and saw a figure. Chapter 2718 Stunned. 2718 Stunned. Roar. The void Yiksha had a violent expression. Even though he was injured by the water of the bitter springs and martial Tao purgatory, he still glared fiercely at the martial Tao prime body and let out a roar. If you want me to submit, don't use that water of the bitter springs. The void Yiksha ground his teeth and cackled. If you have the guts, remove this flame barrier and fight me openly. The martial Tao prime body did not stop in his tracks. With a thought, the martial Tao purgatory dissipated instantly. This time round, the void Yiksha was stunned. He merely said that casually because he had no way out. To think that this human would really remove the surrounding flames. Given his innate divine power, as long as he wanted to escape, this human would definitely not be able to catch him. However, the fact that this person was so cocky made him embarrassed to just turn and escape. He was a king expert of the Yiksha race, a void Yiksha. If a void Yiksha like him turned around and fled in the face of a human, it would be a huge humiliation that he could not afford. Foolish human, I'll let you see the difference between you humans and our Yiksha race today. The void Yiksha rubbed his palms together and grinned sinisterly. You'll pay the heaviest price for your stupidity. In the opinion of the void Yiksha, the reason why the martial Tao prime body was so arrogant was clearly because he fell for his provocation. His perfected grotto heaven had already shattered and this person had given up on using the flame barrier. It was equivalent to giving up his strongest move. Without the support of a grotto heaven, everything depended on one's physique, bloodline, divine powers and secret skills. He had the upper hand in every aspect. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. The void Yiksha conjured a strange dermic art with both hands and his figure swayed as he hollered. As his figure swayed, more than 100 ghostly shadows appeared from his body and charged towards the martial Tao prime body. The ghosts were identical to the void Yiksha and were filled with ghostly auras. Their faces were ugly and it was difficult to tell them apart. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged and his eyes burned with 2 purple flames. Under the illumination of the flames, the 100-odd ghostly shadows turned transparent and indistinct. Only one phantom remained in its corporeal form under the illumination of the purple flames in his eyes. That was the true body of the void Yiksha. The 2 balls of flames in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body were extraordinary and could smelt all divine powers and disintegrate secret skills and sutras in a short period of time. Back in Divine Firmament Palace, the Green Lotus true body relied on the purple flames of the martial Tao prime body to resolve the 8th round of the Ling Long Zugzwang. The void Yiksha's secret skill, 100 Ghosts Night Parade, was indeed powerful. Combined with the best illusion and clone technique, it could deceive and confuse everyone in the world. However, under the purple flames of the martial Tao prime body, his true form was revealed instantly. The 100 ghosts split into different directions and attacked the martial Tao prime body. Waves of sinister wind assaulted his face and penetrated everywhere, wanting to seep into the body of the martial Tao prime body. I see. The martial Tao prime body nodded to himself. The 100 Ghosts Night Parade was not only a combination of illusion and clone techniques, nor was it merely to hide the tracks of his true body. The ghost phantoms contained a large amount of cold ghost chi as well. If cultivators ignored the ghost phantoms and allowed them to descend and ghost chi to enter their bodies, their bloodlines would be invaded and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Those with weak bloodlines might even be severely injured and lose their combat strength. However, this was the martial Tao prime body that the void Yiksha was dealing with. The bloodline of the martial Tao prime body merely circulated slightly and scorching blood chi surged out through the pores on his body, burning the ghost phantoms into ashes. You've got some capabilities. The void Yiksha burst into laughter. His true body had already closed in and his bulging eyes were bloodshot. His figure swayed once more and he hollered, twin ghosts door slapping. As the void Yiksha swayed, 2 tall and burly figures reached out with ghostly hands filled with sharp claws and grabbed toward Su Zimo. This time round, it was neither an illusion nor a phantom. This was a true clone. The two void yakshas appeared at the same time and released incomparably powerful auras. Their strength was terrifying and they displayed the offensive power of two ghosts. Be it 100 Ghosts Night Parade or Twin Ghosts Door Slapping, they were all killing moves of the Void Yaksha race. Not many living beings of the same cultivation realm could defend against those two killing moves head-on. Among the 10,000 races, even powerful races like the God race and the Dragon race had to avoid the two killing moves of the Void Yaksha. However, the martial Tao Prime Body was different. He did not dodge or even use any divine powers or secret skills. Without any warning, when the two ghosts arrived and were inches away, he raised his hand and punched twice. The Void Yaksha's expression changed in shock. In his eyes, this was merely a dead person. However, after the martial Tao Prime Body attacked, there was only a searing gigantic fist left in the Void Yaksha's vision, as though it could shatter everything in the world. There was no life, power, divine power or physique or bloodline that could defend against such power. An incomparably tragic power surged over and the Void Yaksha felt suffocated. He had never seen such power among living beings of the same cultivation realm. Even for God race and Dragon race beings with powerful physiques and bloodlines, they would definitely not be able to release such power. The Void Yaksha hurriedly stacked his hands, wanting to block the fist of the martial Tao Prime Body. Bang! Bang! There were two muffled sounds. The Void Yaksha charged over extremely quickly but retreated even faster. The clone he had just condensed was shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body, and his true body was sent flying as well, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a huge pit. The martial Tao Prime Body descended from the skies in a flash. In the huge pit, the Void Yaksha endured the intense pain in his arms with a furious gaze. However, he did not submit and released his bloodline phenomenon, wanting to get up and fight again. His bloodline phenomenon was a tall phantom. However, the moment the phantom rose, it was suppressed by a searing red furnace that descended from the skies and spewed raging flames. In a few breaths, he was burned to ashes. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body reappeared and descended into the pit, stepping on the chest of the Void Yaksha. A tremendous force stepped on the Void Yaksha. The Void Yaksha could not turn around at all and could only struggle continuously. He bared his teeth and roared at the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body was expressionless and his gaze was cold. He raised his fist and smashed it against the sharp fangs of the Void Yaksha. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the Void Yaksha's fangs were shattered by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body. That punch not only stunned the Void Yaksha, but it also made him behave. Instantly, he stopped roaring and panted heavily, his gaze turning fearful. The Void Yaksha finally realized how terrifying the human before him was. If that punch was not aimed at his teeth but his head would be shattered. Chapter 2719, 2719 Leaving Hell. 2719 Leaving Hell. The martial Tao Prime Body raised his hand once more and his fist hovered above the head of the Void Yaksha, prepared to continue smashing down. Stop weeding me. The Void Yaksha waved his hand hurriedly and said in a muffled voice, I admik we feet. The martial Tao Prime Body frowned slightly and did not understand much. However, when he saw that the Void Yaksha seemed to have given in, he stopped and said coldly, Speak properly. The Void Yaksha felt a little aggrieved and spat out a mouthful of broken teeth. He pointed at his mouth that was filled with broken teeth and explained, It's my halt. I lutha. The martial Tao Prime Body thought about it carefully before understanding. The Void Yaksha's teeth were shattered by him and that was why his words were unclear. The martial Tao Prime Body stood up and raised his leg. The Void Yaksha crawled up hurriedly and stood at the side obediently, looking at the martial Tao Prime Body with fear. The martial Tao Prime Body glared at the Void Yaksha in silence. The Void Yaksha was indeed very powerful. He could actually defend against 70% of the power of his punch earlier on, and his palms and arms were not broken. Such a physique and bloodline was top-notch even among the 10,000 races. Coupled with that secret skill, unfathomable, he was not inferior to paragons and monster incarnates of the dragon race and god race. The martial Tao prime body had the intention of subduing the Void Wuxia. However, the Void Wuxia had a bad temper and an unreasonable personality. It was clear that the latter would not submit easily. Even if he was forced to submit now, as long as the martial Tao prime body left, the Void Wuxia would still escape. The martial Tao prime body put away that thought for the time being. Right now, the most important thing for him was to return to the medium kiliacosm and save the Green Lotus true body. The martial Tao prime body said, "As long as you can bring me out of the hell world and back to the medium kiliacosm, I'll give you freedom. You can leave as you please. I won't force you." When he heard that, a look of joy flashed through the Void Wuxia's eyes. He straightened his body and patted his chest as well, shouting, "Don't worry, since I've Lutha, I'll heap to my Pwamif and bring you out of here." With that said, the Void Wuxia led the way in the direction of the Hell Yellow Springs. The martial Tao prime body followed behind. Before long, the two of them arrived at the source of the Hell Yellow Springs. The Void Wuxia did not hesitate and leaped into the Hell Yellow Springs. In the 9 springs of hell, only water from the bitter springs could cause significant damage to him. Although the power of the other springs were strong as well, they were within his tolerance. The martial Tao prime body swept his gaze across the Yellow Springs section on the stone tablet beside him before leaping into the Hell Yellow Springs and following behind the Void Wuxia. This time round, the two of them traveled down the river at a much faster speed. After an unknown period of time, the Void Wuxia's figure gradually slowed down. A barrier formed by countless light spots appeared, like a wall erected in front of him. Under normal circumstances, the barrier formed by the interwoven laws of the world could not be seen with the naked eye. However, because the Hell Yellow Springs surged endlessly to the other side of the barrier, the law's barrier could be seen. The two of them were in the Hell Yellow Springs. The Void Wuxia sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, "With the Hell Yellow Springs flowing here, the laws between the two worlds should be weakest here." The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly and took a step forward. 2 balls of flames burned in his eyes and his blood chi surged. A gigantic furnace that surged with flames vaguely appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi to its limits. Boom! The martial Tao prime body took a step forward and punched fiercely at the intersection of the Hell Yellow Springs and the law's barrier. The law's barrier ahead swayed slightly and shone with endless brilliance, devouring the power of the martial Tao prime body's punch completely. The Void Wuxia was secretly speechless when he saw that. It was only then that he realized that the human had not used his full strength against him earlier on. The punch the person just released could actually shake the law's barrier ahead. That power was already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. The martial Tao prime body recovered slightly and advanced once more. His domain appeared faintly, and together with his bloodline phenomenon, he lifted the Hell Suppression tripod and smashed it down against the law's barrier ahead without holding back. Bang! The strike of the martial Tao prime body seemed to have reached the limits of the law's barrier. An even more blinding light spread out from it to neutralize and devour the power released by the strike. Under the gaze of the Void Wuxia, the law's barrier clearly caved in. Pust! The Void Wuxia gasped and swallowed a lot of water from the Hell Yellow Springs. That attack earlier on almost pierced through the law's barrier. It's not enough. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently and shifted his gaze to the Void Wuxia at the side. The Void Wuxia was extremely smart as well and instantly understood the intentions of the martial Tao prime body. He took a few steps forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with the martial Tao prime body. The two of them attacked at the same time and attacked the law's barrier once more. With a flash of light, their powers were resolved by the laws of the world once more like rocks sinking into the sea. The martial Tao prime body vaguely realized that unless there was sufficient strength above a certain level, no matter how many people there were, the law's barrier could not be shaken. If he could not even take this passageway of the Hell Yellow Springs, there was probably no way he would be able to leave the Hell world, not to mention returning to the medium Kiliacosm eventually. The Void Yiksha shrugged and spread out his gigantic hand, expressing his helplessness. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly took out the netherworld treasure mirror from the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The Void Yiksha was interested when he saw the dark ancient mirror. Instinctively, he extended his fingertip, wanting to touch it. Suddenly, a strange blood light appeared on the mirror. The Void Yiksha's expression changed starkly, as though he recognized the origin of the netherworld treasure mirror. His body trembled and he retracted his palm hurriedly. The way he looked at the martial Tao prime body became even more wary. He finally realized why this human could become the Lord of Hell that was revered by the Nine Hells. The netherworld treasure mirror had once devoured a large amount of essence blood. After killing Hell Lord Torment Springs, the blood light on the mirror clearly dimmed significantly. However, the martial Tao prime body sensed that he should be able to activate it once more. The martial Tao prime body turned the netherworld treasure mirror and channeled his spirit consciousness. A blood glow gradually appeared on the dark mirror and became more and more obvious, like a blood-colored pupil. The netherworld eye. After the blood pupil appeared, the entire netherworld treasure mirror exuded a terrifying and sinister aura. The Void Yiksha had a fearful expression and moved instinctively, hiding behind the martial Tao prime body, afraid that the blood pupil would see him. Suddenly, the netherworld eye burst forth with a blood light that pierced through the layers of Hell Yellow Springs and landed on the law's barrier ahead. Instantly, countless lights surged from the law's barrier, wanting to devour and neutralize the blood light. However, the power of the blood light was extremely terrifying as well and gradually corroded a medium-sized hole in the law's barrier. Success! The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up. He turned around and grabbed the Void Yiksha, throwing him over first. Thereafter, he followed and charged through the world barrier along the Hell Yellow Springs. The moment the two of them passed through, the blood light power of the netherworld eye had already weakened. The hole in the world barrier closed and returned to normal. Chapter 2720, 2720 Gathering in the Netherworld. 2720 Gathering in the Netherworld. The martial Tao prime body turned around and looked at the closed hole on the world barrier behind him. His heart skipped a beat. He did not know how long he would have to wait before he could return after leaving the Hell world. Actually, there was nothing in the Hell world that he missed, including his status as the Lord of Hell. However, there was an old friend of Tianhuang mainland over there after all. Right then, the Void Yiksha sent a voice transmission to his spirit consciousness. The netherworld is a little special. We must not expose our identities. Otherwise, we will definitely be hunted down by the living beings of the netherworld. The two of them had already violated the rules of the two worlds by breaking through the barrier between the two worlds through the Hell Yellow Springs. It was the same way the Void Yiksha landed in the Hell world and was imprisoned by Hell Lord Bitter Springs. How can one distinguish between living beings of the netherworld? The martial Tao prime body asked. Void Yiksha said, "There's no need for you to disguise yourself. Your aura has always been unfathomable and difficult to detect. I have to put on a cloak. There's a distinct difference between living beings of the netherworld and other living beings. Living beings of the netherworld have no flesh and blood." Oh? The martial Tao prime body was slightly surprised and asked, "Can one survive normally in the netherworld without flesh and blood?" Of course. The Void Yiksha said, "These living beings of the netherworld have long possessed a complete cultivation system and can long break free from their reliance on flesh and blood. Furthermore, in the netherworld, any living being of flesh and blood will be suppressed and sealed no matter how powerful their bloodline is. The martial Tao prime body sensed from within the hell yellow springs and nodded to himself. Indeed. After passing through the barrier, there was clearly a strange power in his bloodline. No matter how he channeled his bloodline, he could not break free. The Void Yiksha continued, furthermore, don't underestimate the little ghosts of the netherworld. If we encounter ghost kings of the same level, we have to deal with them carefully. The martial Tao prime body frowned and asked, the living beings of the netherworld belong to the ghost race as well, similar to your ghost world? The Void Yiksha explained, although we're all collectively called the ghost race, in reality, we're extremely different from the ghost race of the netherworld. To be precise, we're considered the Yiksha race. We were separated from the ghost race and were born in the river of life of the ghost world. We've already developed flesh and blood. However, the little ghosts, big ghosts and even ghost kings and ghost emperors of the netherworld are all in the form of souls. Although they had already arrived in the netherworld, in order to hide their tracks, the two of them still hid at the bottom of the hell yellow springs and flowed downstream while communicating with their spirit consciousnesses. The Void Yiksha continued, these ghosts in hell can attack our essence spirits directly. If we're not careful, we'll be severely injured. With the essence spirit destroyed, no matter how powerful one's bloodline and body is, it's only a shell. The martial Tao prime body pondered in silence. There were all sorts of strange things in the trichiliocosm. He did not expect such a group of special lifeforms to exist in the netherworld. They had already completely escaped the restraints of flesh and blood and had their own unique cultivation system. Such a world was indeed qualified to be independent of the medium chiliocosm. With this, it was also not hard to understand why there had to be such strong laws and world barriers between the netherworld and the other worlds. If living beings of the other worlds could freely move in and out of the netherworld and vice versa, the trichiliocosm would have long been in chaos. The Void Yiksha reminded once more, it's best if we hide in the hell yellow springs and conceal our tracks. We'll follow the current and arrive below the Six Paths Gate before appearing and charging into the ghost world. If little ghosts of the netherworld discover us in advance, we'll definitely attract the encirclement and pursuit of countless experts of the netherworld. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even get to see the Six Paths Gate. Where is the Six Paths Gate? The martial Tao prime body asked. The Void Yiksha explained, the Six Paths Gate is the entrance to the Six Paths and lies above the Ghost Mountains in the 5 directions. Ghost Mountains in the 5 directions? The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Void Yiksha said, the 5 Ghost Mountains are located in the 5 directions of the netherworld and are held down by 5 ghost emperors. The netherworld is complete and the great Tao is flawless. Therefore, these ghost emperors are all emperor experts. If we appear, we have to rush into the door of the ghost world immediately. If we're discovered by any ghost emperor, the consequences will be unimaginable. As a king expert of the Yiksha race, the Void Yiksha's combat strength was extremely strong. However, when he came to the netherworld, he became naggy and abnormally careful. Our existence is simply delicious food to some experts of the netherworld. The Void Yiksha said, they can use many divine powers and secret skills to target our essence spirits and devour our souls to strengthen themselves. As the martial Tao prime body listened to the Void Yiksha's explanation, he flowed down from the depths of the hell yellow springs. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. What's wrong? The Void Yiksha stopped hurriedly and turned to ask. The martial Tao prime body's gaze was cold and his expression under the silver mask was a little dark. Earlier on, he had sensed the existence of the green lotus true body once more. Back in the hell world, the moment he advanced to the martial domain realm and condensed a domain, he briefly established a connection with the green lotus true body. Thereafter, the connection between the two true bodies vanished once more. There was a high chance that this short perception was because the martial Tao prime body had condensed a domain. As for the formation of the domain, it temporarily broke through the barrier between the worlds and allowed the two true bodies to establish a connection. But now, the martial Tao prime body had already sensed the green lotus true body without doing anything. That perception was extremely clear and showed no signs of disappearing. There was only one possibility. The two true bodies were in the same world. The green lotus true body was in the netherworld as well. To be precise, the soul of the green lotus true body had arrived in the netherworld. That was because the green lotus true body could not enter the netherworld directly in the medium kiliacosm. Only souls could enter the netherworld. In other words, the green lotus true body was already dead. In the end, he was still a step too late. The expression of the martial Tao prime body was dark and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Right then, his heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled Consort Yu's experience. Before long, he realized that as long as he could ensure that the memories of the green lotus true body were not destroyed and not washed away by the hell yellow springs, the green lotus true body would not truly die. The green lotus true body could reincarnate with his complete memories. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body waved his robe and swept up the void Wuxia beside him, breaking through the void in front of him and entering in a flash. The two true bodies had to meet up before the green lotus true body's memories were erased by the hell yellow springs. "What are you doing?" The void Wuxia's expression changed starkly. The martial Tao prime body would definitely alarm the experts of the netherworld if he broke through the void of the netherworld and teleported. The bloodline of the void Wuxia was indeed powerful. Along the way, the teeth in the void Wuxia's mouth had already regrew and his speech returned to normal. Chapter 2721, 2721 Netherworld Death's Door, Yellow Springs Road. 2721 Netherworld Death's Door, Yellow Springs Road. Su Zimo's last memory of collapsing in the Emperor's tomb was hearing a familiar voice. However, he was unconscious at that time and no longer had the strength to distinguish. When he regained consciousness and woke up, he realized that he was in a dark and sinister place surrounded by a large white fog. This did not seem to be the Emperor's tomb. At that moment, Su Zimo recalled the voice in the Emperor's tomb with a strange expression. How could it be him? Su Zimo was puzzled and could not understand. Right then, he realized that there were many people like him in the white fog. Their expressions were numb and their gazes were empty as they walked forward in a daze. Among this group of people, there were men, women, old and young, as well as living beings of other races. It was a massive sight. Strangely, there were no conflicts despite so many living beings of the various races gathered together. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and kept walking forward. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized that he was one of them. He wanted to stop in his tracks but realized that he could not control his body at all. It was as though he was being pulled forward by an unknown force. What's going on? Su Zimo had a bewildered expression. He took a few steps forward and arrived beside a middle-aged man, asking, "Fellow Taoist, where is this?" The middle-aged man looked askance at Su Zimo and revealed a strange smile. He looked as though he was crying and did not speak. "Sir, where is this?" Su Zimo arrived beside an old man and asked once more. The old man sighed and did not reply. He merely raised his trembling arm and pointed into the distance. Following the old man's guidance, Su Zimo looked over and vaguely saw a gigantic city pass appear between the two mountains in the fog ahead. There was a plaque hanging on the city pass. There seemed to be words on it, but they could not be seen clearly. Right then, someone walked past Su Zimo and bumped into his shoulder. However, he did not feel anything. His body seemed to be transparent as that person passed through him effortlessly. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and vaguely realized where he was. Before long, he followed the crowd and arrived below the city pass. Su Zimo looked up. There were golden words written on the plaque, Netherworld Death's Door. Indeed. Su Zimo sighed with a conflicted expression. To think that he could not manage to escape the calamity of the sect master of the academy in the end and would still die. His soul came to the legendary Netherworld and he witnessed the Death's Door. The vast crowd was merely souls of living beings that arrived here after they died. It was the same for him. The crowd entered the Death's Door one after another. On both sides of the Death's Door stood many little ghosts of the Netherworld. They held pitch-black chains and whips in their hands and urged the crowd, "Hurry, hurry. Once you enter the Death's Door, you will be separated from life and death." A little ghost of the Netherworld said loudly. In the end, there were still people in the crowd who were indignant. When they arrived at Death's Door, they stopped and looked back. "What are you looking at?" A little ghost of the Netherworld had an impatient expression as he pulled out the iron whip in his hand and whipped the person fiercely. "Ah!" The person cried out tragically and a clear mark was clearly left on his soul body, causing his soul to turn much dimmer. "You've already arrived at the Netherworld. Don't even think about turning back." A little ghost of the Netherworld sneered, "If you had that thought, you might as well spend your time praying for better luck when you enter the 6 paths of reincarnation later so that you can have a good place to go." This person was extremely stubborn and stood with his head held high, still unwilling to enter the Death's Door. In his previous life, he was also a renowned expert and big shot. He died and his soul entered the Netherworld. Naturally, he was indignant that he had fallen to such a state. He did not want to be bullied by some little ghosts of the Netherworld either. If this was in the medium Kiliacosm, the cultivation of these little ghosts would be equivalent to Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. However, no matter how powerful the experts in his previous life were, their souls could not defend against the power of these little ghosts once they entered the Netherworld. "You must have a death wish." One of the little ghosts of the Netherworld sneered and raised his whip, whipping the person fiercely. This whip was clearly forged from special materials and could cause immense damage to souls. In just a few whips, that person's soul was already extremely weak and dim, without much life left. The little ghost of the Netherworld spat and cursed, "I've seen many people like you. No matter who you were in your previous life, you have to be obedient in the Netherworld." Pausing for a moment, the little ghost of the Netherworld glared at the crowd. "The same goes for you guys. Whoever refuses to submit shall end up like him." Initially, there were some people who had the same thoughts of resisting. At that moment, they no longer insisted and entered the Death's Door one after another. Lackeys like the little ghosts were often the ones who gave the most trouble. Su Zimo followed the crowd and entered the Death's Door as well. After the Death's Door, the little ghosts of the Netherworld who originally stood guard there followed the group of people to their next location. As for the Death's Door, it was replaced by another group of little ghosts from the Netherworld. Su Zimo followed the crowd in no hurry. That was because he had finally established a connection with the martial Tao Prime body earlier on. The two true bodies exchanged memories continuously and filled up this blank period of time rapidly. At the same time, he knew that the martial Tao Prime body was rushing over. However, the space of the Netherworld was complicated and it would take the martial Tao Prime body a little more time to teleport through space. As Su Zimo followed the crowd, he surveyed his surroundings. A large area in the surroundings was still enveloped by layers of white fog. As for the dirt road beneath their feet, it was slightly yellow and emitted a strange power. A little ghost of the Netherworld said, "Let me educate you guys. The path you're walking on is the Yellow Springs Road. In a while, all of you will have to wait for a bridge, the Bridge of Oblivion. The Yellow Spring surges beneath the Bridge of Oblivion. Every single one of you will be baptized by the Yellow Springs on the bridge and all memories of your previous life will turn into a blank. As for your final destination, whether you head to the Hell Dao or Hungry Ghost Dao, whether you reincarnate as humans or demons, everything will depend on your own fate. Before long, everyone heard the roar of water and the aura ahead became moist. The yellow springs of the netherworld was right ahead. Su Zimo gradually slowed down. He could enter the death's door. However, there was no way he could let himself be baptized by the water of the yellow springs. Once he was baptized by the yellow springs and his memories disappeared, it would mean that all traces of his life would be erased and he would truly die. Chapter 2722, 2722 Black and White Impermanences. 2722 Black and White Impermanences. Su Zimo slowed down and gradually lagged behind the crowd. Before long, everyone arrived before a surging withered river. On the river, there was a stone bridge mottled with time that reached the other side. On the side of the stone bridge stood a stele with the words, "Bridge of Oblivion" written on it. This is the River of Oblivion. You guys can get on the bridge. A little ghost of the netherworld urged. At this point, many living beings had nowhere to retreat and could only climb onto the bridge one after another and head towards the other side. Su Zimo learned from the martial Tao prime body that the so-called River of Oblivion was actually the Hell Yellow Springs. The souls that ascended the Bridge of Oblivion were washed away by the mist of the Hell Yellow Springs and their memories of their previous lives were wiped away. With a blank slate, they entered reincarnation. Many living beings walked towards the Bridge of Oblivion one after another while Su Zimo stood rooted to the ground. What are you doing here? A little ghost of the netherworld could not help but frown when he saw Su Zimo standing on the spot. Waiting for someone. Su Zimo replied. Ha! The few little ghosts of the netherworld laughed and they heard that. A little ghost had a mocking expression and asked teasingly, "Why? Is there someone who will be accompanying you to die? Stop dawdling and cross the bridge quickly." Another little ghost of the netherworld urged impatiently. Su Zimo remained rooted to the ground in silence. You must have a death wish. A little ghost of the netherworld strode forward and raised the whip in his hand, lashing out at Su Zimo. The others were already used to this scene. The other little ghosts were already used to it. For every batch of souls that came here, there were some who were disobedient and indignant. Some were even tortured to death by the little ghosts of the netherworld. Their souls were thrown into the River of Oblivion and could not enter reincarnation. The little ghosts of the netherworld had seen many people like Su Zimo. The whip descended from the skies. Su Zimo knew that this whip was specially refined to counter souls. However, he refused to be humiliated and reached out to grab the whip. Piak! The whip landed in his palm. He did not feel much impact. Instead, a strange glow appeared on his body with Dermic Tao imprints. That scene made many little ghosts of the netherworld frown slightly. Even Su Zimo was stunned. Under normal circumstances, he was already dead. No matter what Dermic Tao he cultivated, it had already died with the Green Lotus true body and could not be brought to the netherworld. That was what it meant for one to die with their Taos dissipated. But now, there was actually a Dermic Tao imprint on his soul that followed him to the netherworld. It was this Dermic Tao imprint that helped him defend against the damage caused by the little ghost's whip. Heaven Burial Sutra? Su Zimo was surprised. He had cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra for many years. Although he comprehended a lot, he still had some doubts. This cultivation technique was indeed powerful. However, compared to the other taboo mystic classics that he cultivated, the Heaven Burial Sutra did not seem to have reached the level of a taboo mystic classic. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo gradually understood that the scene before him was probably the reason why the Heaven Burial Sutra became a taboo mystic classic. The Dermic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra was imprinted on his soul. Although he was dead, the Dermic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra had not disappeared. Furthermore, it followed his soul into the netherworld. This situation was a little similar to the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Typically, when perfected immortals reincarnated, immortal king experts would cast spells and leave behind dermic Tao imprints so that it would be easier to guide them after they reincarnated. And now, Su Zimo had such a situation without anyone's help by relying on the dermic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra. Humph. A little ghost of the netherworld sneered, so an expert left behind an imprint and wanted to guide you to be reborn. I've seen many such situations. If you had been obedient, I might have let you pass if I was in a good mood. However, the fact that you still dare to resist in the netherworld means you must really be tired of living. Another little ghost of the netherworld shook the chain in his hand and said fiercely, "Everyone, attack together and grind away the dermic Tao imprint on this person. Kill him." Splash! Dozens of chains descended from the skies and interweaved into a huge net, enveloping Su Zimo and binding him on the spot before long. Su Zimo looked at the surrounding little ghosts of the netherworld and said coldly, "I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living." The moment he said that, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above everyone's heads. A sinister wind surged from within with a chilling aura. Immediately after, two figures descended. One of them was wearing a spacious cloak that covered him tightly and his figure could not be seen clearly. The other was dressed in a purple robe and wore a silver mask. Two faint purple flames burned in his exposed eyes. The aura of the two of them was clearly extremely different from the netherworld. "Who are you people?" A little ghost of the netherworld berated sternly. Scram! The martial Tao prime body waved his robes and released a scorching wave of air. Dozens of little ghosts of the netherworld were reduced to ashes instantly. The tall figure in a cloak beside him was the Void Yiksha. At that moment, his expression was ugly as he muttered, "With such a huge commotion, the experts of the netherworld must have already rushed over." Right then, a sinister wind blew. From the white fog not far away, two figures gradually appeared, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin. The person on the left was tall and thin with a smile on his face. However, his face was terrifyingly pale and he wore a pointed hat with the words, "Wealth for the Good," written on the front. The person on the right had a fierce expression and was wide and fat. He had a dark face and was also wearing a hat with the words, "Peace in the World," written on it. Clang! The two of them held handcuffs and shackles in their hands and walked towards the martial Tao prime body. Black and white impermanences. When the Void Yiksha saw the two of them, he frowned. "Be careful. The handcuffs and shackles in their hands are tied to essence spirits and souls. Who's there to cause trouble in the netherworld?" Black Impermanence's expression was dark as he glared at the martial Tao prime body and the Void Yiksha and said slowly, "Show us your true appearance." White Impermanence was all smiles. "We can just see it for ourselves." The moment White Impermanence spoke, a scarlet tongue descended and tore through the air, coiling towards the martial Tao prime body in the Void Yiksha. A nauseating stench approached. Black Impermanence attacked at the same time and flung the handcuffs and shackles in his hands forward. The martial Tao prime body could clearly sense a strange power that wanted to break through his Mara mask and descend into his consciousness. Ripples appeared on the Mara mask and many ghost faces appeared. The attacks targeting the essence spirit and soul could not break through the obstruction of the Mara mask. The Void Yiksha roared and tore apart his cloak. His spirit consciousness condensed at his glabella and he was prepared. The martial Tao prime body did not move and merely channeled his spirit consciousness. Phew! A purple flame suddenly rose from Black Impermanence's handcuffs and shackles and White Impermanence's long tongue. Chapter 2723 Mount Baodu. 2723 Mount Baodu. This was the martial spirit fire and was the most domineering. It was a killing move that specialized in burning essence spirits and souls among the many methods of the martial Tao prime body. Ah! Black and White Impermanences let out a tragic cry. The martial spirit fire burned extremely quickly and spread to the two of them in the blink of an eye along White Impermanence's long tongue and Black Impermanence's handcuffs and shackles. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of martial spirit fire ignited on the bodies of the Black and White Impermanences, and they were burned to ashes before long, leaving only 2 hats that fell into the embers. When the many little ghosts of the netherworld who came over after hearing the news saw that, their faces turned pale from fear. Those 2 were especially famous in the netherworld, and the little ghosts had to refer to them as Lord White and Lord Black respectfully. To think that they would be burned to ashes by the purple-robed man in a few breaths. The flames were so domineering that although more and more little ghosts of the netherworld gathered around, they did not dare to advance. The martial Tao Prime body did not linger there. He brought the void Yiksha and protected the soul of the Green Lotus true body. He tore through the void and entered the spatial tunnel, leaving the spot. Not long after the martial Tao Prime body left, the 2 hats in the ashes suddenly floated in midair. Immediately after, 2 figures gradually appeared beneath the 2 hats and materialized. They were Black and White Impermanences who had just been burned to ashes. That was close. White Impermanence was still smiling, but his face turned even paler, as though he was frightened. Black Impermanence said, "I'll inform the Judge of Life and Death of the Netherworld to stop this person. There are naturally rules and regulations in the Netherworld. No living being outside the realm has ever dared to behave atrociously in the Netherworld." When he heard that, White Impermanence had a strange expression and said in a low voice, "It's not like there weren't any. That woman from before." Upon hearing White Impermanence's words, Black Impermanence seemed to have thought of something as well. His entire body jolted and he said with lingering fear, "That crazy woman appeared out of nowhere and caused a ruckus in the netherworld. More than half of the 5 ghost emperors were killed. It's said that only one of the ghost emperors who fought her survived. It was Ghost Emperor Yang Yun who presided over Mount Luofeng. Ever since that battle, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun was respected among the 5 ghost emperors." That's right. How powerful must he be to be able to survive from that crazy woman? In the spatial tunnel, the martial Tao Prime body wanted to send the soul of the Green Lotus true body into his consciousness to protect it. However, the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra flickered continuously on the soul of the Green Lotus true body and resisted. Even the martial Tao Prime body could not send it into his consciousness. The situation was urgent and the martial Tao Prime body did not have time to think and could only give up for the time being. "Where is the entrance to the 6 paths?" the martial Tao Prime body asked. "I don't know the exact location either. Although I've heard some things about the netherworld, this is my first time here." The Void Yiksha said, "Under normal circumstances, only souls can enter the netherworld. It's impossible for living beings like us to enter the netherworld." The martial Tao Prime body nodded to himself. The reason why he and the Void Yiksha could come to the netherworld was because the Hell Yellow Springs flowed between the netherworld and the Hell World and the world barrier was relatively weak. Otherwise, even with the netherworld treasure mirror, he would not be able to pass through the world barrier and enter the netherworld. Souls that entered the netherworld would forget memories of their previous lives after being baptized by the Hell Yellow Springs. They would then enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, the netherworld had always been a mysterious and unknown place to all living beings in the 3 realms. The martial Tao Prime body pondered for a moment before suddenly taking out an ancient bronze lantern from his storage bag. "What's this?" The Void Yiksha looked at the ancient bronze lantern curiously and instinctively wanted to reach out to touch it. "Don't touch it if you don't want to die," the martial Tao Prime body said. The Void Yiksha pursed his lips and retracted his palm resentfully. The martial Tao Prime body released the martial spirit fire and ignited the soul lantern. The soul lantern burned and released a golden halo. A golden flame jumped slightly before tilting in a certain direction. "Over there." The martial Tao Prime body pointed in the direction where the flame had shifted. The soul lantern could absorb souls and refine them into lantern oil to replenish itself. The direction guided by the soul lantern was most likely the place where soul power was the strongest. Right then, a violent tremor came from the spatial tunnel and an immense and terrifying pressure enveloped down. The fact that the three of them could be discovered even when they were traveling through the spatial tunnel showed how powerful the person was. Immediately after, an extremely sharp edge tore through the spatial tunnel and sliced it into two, cutting off the path of the martial Tao prime body and the other two. "I'm the judge of life and death, Chui." A voice sounded. Before he could finish, the martial Tao prime body blew gently at the golden flame of the soul lantern and a spark flew out through the crack of the spatial tunnel. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream came from outside. Immediately after, the terrifying might vanished without a trace. "Chui." The void Yiksha grinned and clicked his tongue. Could it be Lord Chui, one of the four judges of life and death? The four judges are all ruthless people. The martial Tao prime body's expression was unchanged, as though he had done something insignificant. This time round, the way the void Yiksha looked at Soul Lantern had already changed. Just a spark was enough to severely injure the four judges of the netherworld and force them back. What was the background of this ancient-looking bronze lantern? The void Yiksha's eyes flickered with excitement as he said in a low voice, "With this treasure, as long as we don't alarm the Lord of the Netherworld, we can do whatever we want in the Netherworld." The martial Tao prime body was silent. The soul lantern was his greatest reliance in the Netherworld. However, the Netherworld was too mysterious and there were countless unknowns to him. The soul lantern was only an external object after all. His cultivation realm was equivalent to an immortal king and it was still unknown how much of a chance he had against an expert like the Ghost Emperors with this soul lantern. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body had a feeling that this soul lantern was most likely related to the Netherworld. Mount Baodu. This was one of the 5 ghost mountains and was located in the middle of the Netherworld. Suddenly, a gigantic spatial rift opened in the sky above Mount Baodu and 3 figures appeared, descending slowly. "Where am I?" The martial Tao prime body looked over and saw that the surroundings were sinister. Although there were many trees and vegetation, they could not hide the sinister aura. It must be one of the 5 ghost mountains. The void Yiksha pointed down and said, "Look, the entrance to the 6 paths is right there." At that moment, the martial Tao prime body and green lotus true body lowered their heads at the same time. When they saw an extremely shocking scene, they could not help but be stunned on the spot. A gigantic vortex abyss appeared beneath the 3 of them. Clouds surged and spread in all directions endlessly. The gigantic vortex clearly had 6 different regions and was filled with strange runes that came from the same source as the runes of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra and 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Chapter 27-24, 27-24 Truth of the 6 Paths. 27-24 Truth of the 6 Paths: Heaven, Human, Asura, Demon, Ghost and Hell. Translated, the 6 strange runes on the 6 regions of the gigantic vortex corresponded to the dermic daos of the 6 paths. The 2 true bodies had already comprehended a supreme divine power, the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, neither of the 2 true bodies could unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was said that the 6 paths of reincarnation was a peerless divine power. However, for many years, no one could unleash the true power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was why it gradually became a supreme divine power. It was only when the martial Tao prime body saw the scene before him did he come to a realization. The 6 paths of reincarnation comprehended by the 2 true bodies as well as the living beings of the medium Kiliakosm was worlds apart from the true 6 paths before him. Only by witnessing the 6 paths of reincarnation personally could one completely comprehend its true meaning and unleash its true power. If they could not witness it with their own eyes, they would never be able to feel the emotional shock brought about by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was no wonder that no one had been able to unleash the complete power of the 6 paths of reincarnation for so many years. That was because no one could come to the netherworld and see the scene of the 6 paths of reincarnation with their own eyes. The green lotus true body looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation beneath him and unlearned all the 6 paths he had comprehended. He comprehended again and was in a daze, entering a state of epiphany. Right then, incomparably domineering auras rose around them. Their descent on Mount Baodu had finally alarmed the experts of the netherworld. "Let's go." The Void Yiksha urged hurriedly, "I have a feeling of trepidation. This ghost mountain must be presided over by a ghost emperor." The martial Tao prime body glanced at the green lotus true body who was in an epiphany and frowned slightly. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. Once interrupted, it would be extremely difficult for the green lotus true body to comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. "Let's wait a little longer." The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath of air and looked at the phantoms that rose continuously as he said in a deep voice. The Void Yiksha was a little anxious and nervous, but he did not escape alone. Who dares to behave so audaciously in the netherworld? Not far away, a ghost king stood in midair and hollered at the martial Tao prime body and the other 2. The Void Yiksha grinned slightly and laughed. "The 3 of us barged into this place unintentionally. Everyone, don't be nervous. We'll leave immediately." "Humph." Another ghost king said, "You still want to leave? Do you think you can come and go as you please in the netherworld? Stop them." Right then, another voice sounded. "They just injured the black and white impermanences and severely injured Lord Chui." When that voice spread, countless ghosts in the netherworld were enraged. The surroundings were filled with killing intent and many netherworld ghosts glared at the martial Tao prime body and the other 2 with unfriendly expressions. "Take them down." A ghost king waved his hand and ordered. Instantly, countless phantoms appeared and pounced towards the martial Tao prime body and the other 2. When the Void Yiksha saw that the conflict with the netherworld was inevitable, he could not help but curse internally. The spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body moved and released the martial Tao purgatory without hesitation, enveloping the green lotus true body and the Void Yiksha. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Many phantoms charged into the range of the martial Tao purgatory and let out tragic cries. Some phantoms were burned to ashes in an instant. Some phantoms relied on powerful methods to escape death from the martial Tao purgatory. Although the martial Tao purgatory was suppressed in the netherworld, the dermic Tao contained within could still defend against countless ghosts and suppress ghost kings of the same cultivation realm. The moment the battle broke out, many netherworld ghosts were severely injured and could not break through the domain of the martial Tao prime body. "Humph." Right then, a cold laugh sounded. "How dare you be so arrogant on Mount Baodu of the netherworld? You're truly tired of living." The moment he said that, a powerful and cold spirit consciousness pressure descended. Shing! 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 The flames in the martial Tao purgatory could not withstand it and were extinguished by more than half in the blink of an eye, emitting a strange sound. Spirit consciousness of the Emperor Realm. Only the power of the Emperor Realm could suppress the domain of the martial Tao prime body. Back in the Hell world, the power of a quasi-emperor could already impact the minor martial Tao domain, let alone the might of a true emperor. The next moment, the vision of the martial Tao prime body darkened. Above his head, a phantom shadow appeared and lowered its head slightly. A malevolent and terrifying ghost face arrived above the martial Tao purgatory and blew gently. Shing! A sinister wind blew past. The flames in the martial Tao purgatory were extinguished by the phantom in a single breath. The Ghost Emperor's methods were terrifying. Ghost Emperor of Mount Baodu, Zhou Qi. The Void Yiksha gasped and cried out. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi, who presided over Mount Baodu, was also known as the Central Ghost Emperor. He was the leader of the 5 Ghost Emperors and was second only to the Lord of the Netherworld. However, for some special reasons, the reputation of Ghost Emperor Yang Yun of the North had already surpassed Zhou Qi's over the years. Oh! The phantom seemed to be surprised. His gaze landed on the void Wuxia. Little Wuxia, you're pretty sharp to be able to know my name. You're a void Wuxia. Why did you come to the Netherworld instead of staying obediently in the Ghost World? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi could tell the origin of the void Wuxia at a glance and asked. The void Wuxia had a hesitant expression as he glanced at the martial Tao prime body, not knowing where to start. Kill them first. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi glanced at the martial Tao prime body and green lotus true body with a cold gaze and said indifferently, how dare humans from the medium Kiliacosm behave so audaciously in the Netherworld? When the Ghost Emperor attacked, the martial Tao purgatory was already shattered. After Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi gave the order, countless ghosts of the Netherworld swarmed forward in a black mass, pouncing towards the martial Tao prime body and green lotus true body. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression as he flipped his palm and summoned the soul lantern from his storage bag. The golden flames burned and spread out a golden halo that protected the 2 true bodies. The moment many ghosts charged forward, they were enveloped by the golden halo. Accompanied by a tragic cry, they turned into nothingness instantly and were absorbed and devoured by the soul lantern. The golden flames of the soul lantern became even brighter and the radius of the surrounding halo expanded. Even Ghost King experts would be devoured by the soul lantern on the spot and turned into lantern oil if they could not dodge in time, let alone ordinary netherworld ghosts. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi shuddered when he saw the soul lantern in the hands of the martial Tao prime body. The gigantic phantom returned to normal quickly under the envelopment of the golden halo and transformed into a figure similar to the martial Tao prime body, standing at the edge of the golden halo. This lantern. Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi stared fixedly at the soul lantern in the hands of the martial Tao prime body with a bewildered expression and murmured softly, "How is that possible?" Chapter 2725 Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. 2725 Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. Right then, a figure in multicolored armor with a dignified expression and a golden halberd strode over from the east of Mount Baodu. As that person approached, a gigantic spirit consciousness might surged over. It was not inferior to Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi at all. Ghost Emperor Yulei of Mount Taoji in the east. On the other side, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar rode a spirit beast over slowly. His gaze was wise as he stared at the ancient bronze lantern in the hands of the martial Tao prime body with deep thoughts. Ghost Emperor Wen He of Mount Bozhong in the west. At the same time, a third figure appeared. It was an expert with a dark expression and a fierce and sharp gaze like an eagle. Ghost Emperor Zi Ren of Mount Luofu in the south. The last person to appear was from the north. The man had disheveled hair and unkempt clothes. He walked over shakily with a wine gourd in his hands and raised his head to take a sip of wine from time to time with a dazed gaze. When the Ghost Emperors present saw this person appear, they did not say anything, clearly in silent acknowledgement of his identity. If not for that, it would be difficult to associate this man with the North Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun of Mount Luofeng in the north. The void Wuxia was secretly alarmed. The commotion was too great and all 5 Ghost Emperors appeared. The Netherworld was not like the Hell World. The Hell World was shattered and had entered the Dharma ending era with no Emperor experts born. However, the Netherworld had always been presided over by Ghost Emperors. These 5 Ghost Emperors were the strongest among all the Ghost Emperors in the Netherworld. After the 5 Ghost Emperors descended, the gazes of 4 of them landed on the soul lantern of the martial Tao prime body. At first, there was a hint of surprise and shock in their eyes. However, before long, greed flashed through the faces of 4 Ghost Emperors. Only Ghost Emperor Yang Yun of the North retracted his gaze after a casual glance at the soul lantern. He stood at the side and continued drinking. It was as though the soul lantern was not as important as the wine gourd in his hands. It's the soul lantern. Ghost Emperor Ziren's eyes shone inexplicably as he said coldly. Ghost Emperor when he seemed to be surprised as well. According to what I know, this soul lantern should belong to the Lord of the Netherworld. Why is it in this person's hands? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi raised his brow slightly. No matter what, we have to retrieve this soul lantern first. How can the Emperor weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld fall into the hands of outsiders? Exactly. Ghost Emperor Yu Lei said as well. After the four Ghost Emperors said that, they glanced at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun at the side. The latter was still drinking and did not seem interested in the matter. Seeing that the four Ghost Emperors were about to attack, the Void Yiksha hurriedly shouted, "Ghost Emperors, there's a misunderstanding. This is the newly conferred Lord of Hell of the Hell World. We're merely passing by the Netherworld and we're not hostile." Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi sneered, "Lord of Hell?" The other three Ghost Emperors clearly did not believe it either. Ghost Emperor Ziren smirked. "It's fine if you're lying to others, but you want to bluff your way through in front of us? You're telling me a human from the medium Kiliacosm is the Lord of Hell? Well." The Void Yiksha was speechless. "Attack!" Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi gave the order. The four Ghost Emperors attacked one after another, releasing immense soul power that crushed towards the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body's expression was unchanged as he raised the soul lantern and blew gently. The lantern oil in the lantern suddenly splattered and flew towards the four Ghost Emperors with a few golden sparks. The four Ghost Emperors were clearly wary of the power of the soul lantern and dodged one after another. Their soul powers could not break through the halo of the soul lantern either. The moment they entered the range of the golden halo, they turned into nothingness and was refined and absorbed by the soul lantern. The four Ghost Emperors exchanged glances and released their respective pocket netherworlds. Ghostly auras filled the worlds and phantoms flickered as they suppressed the Martial Dao Prime Body once more. This was the power of the Emperor realm. If he did not have the soul lantern, the Martial Dao Prime Body would not be able to defend against any Ghost Emperor, let alone the combined forces of the four Ghost Emperors. Right now, under the suppression of the four pocket netherworlds, the flames of the soul lantern flickered and could be extinguished at any moment. Once the soul lantern was extinguished, the Martial Dao Prime Body would lose his final reliance. However, at that moment, the soul lantern sensed the surrounding pressure and seemed to have been stimulated. It suddenly broke free from the hands of the Martial Dao Prime Body and floated in midair. The word soul in the lantern shone brightly, causing the flames of the soul lantern to intensify and spread into an even stronger golden halo. The spirit consciousness in the soul lantern awakened and counterattacked. The expressions of the four Ghost Emperors changed and their pocket netherworlds began to sway under the impact of the golden halo of the soul lantern. In reality, the cultivation realm of the Martial Dao Prime Body was limited. Given his martial spirit fire, igniting the soul lantern was not enough for him to fight against the four Ghost Emperors. However, the soul lantern had a huge restraining effect on the ghosts and souls of the netherworld. That was the reason why the current stalemate was formed. The Martial Dao Prime Body and the Green Lotus True Body were telepathically connected. As long as he could hold out a little more, the Green Lotus True Body would awaken from his epiphany after comprehending the key to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Right then, Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun who was still drinking at the side and said in a deep voice, "Yang Yun, why are you still standing by idly at a time like this? This person comes from the medium Kiliacosm. How can he be allowed to behave so audaciously in the netherworld?" Ghost Emperor Yang Yun sighed. "Even the 4 of you can't take down the power of the Lord of the Netherworld's Emperor weapon. So what if I'm included?" Ghost Emperor when he said, "Brother Yang Yun, we all know your methods. I hope you can lend us a hand. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun was silent for a moment before finally raising his head. He looked at the martial Dao Prime Body who was surrounded by the 4 Ghost Emperors with a look of pity. The Netherworld is indeed not a good place. You shouldn't have come. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun shook his head gently and raised his head to drink a mouthful of strong wine. Thereafter, he spat out a mouthful of wine mist in the direction of the martial Dao Prime Body. The wine mist emitted a strong wine fragrance and contained an incomparably powerful power that enveloped the flames of the Soul Lantern. Under the envelopment of the mist, the Soul Lantern seemed to be unable to defend against it, and the flames began to shrink continuously, as did the surrounding golden halo. The eyes of the 4 Ghost Emperors lit up as they pressed forward hurriedly, getting closer and closer to the martial Dao Prime Body. The martial Dao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun, who was not far away. Among the 5 Ghost Emperors, this person had the strongest cultivation and was unfathomable. He had to get rid of this person in order to escape from the current crisis. In the blink of an eye, the feet of the martial Dao Prime Body stomped on the void and released an incomparably domineering power. He charged over and shattered the void, plowing out a gigantic crack. With just a single step, the martial Dao Prime Body arrived before Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. Although he was facing an Emperor expert, the martial Dao Prime Body at the Grotto Heaven realm still emitted a torrential aura and wanted to trample the Ghost Emperor beneath his feet. The martial Dao Prime Body raised his Soul Lantern and burned it towards Ghost Emperor Yang Yun. Chapter 27-26, 27-26 Back to the Emperor's Tomb. 27-26 Back to the Emperor's Tomb. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun's expression changed. This change was not because of the attack of the martial Dao Prime Body, but for another reason. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun stared at the footwork released by the martial Dao Prime Body in a daze. When he saw the attack of the martial Dao Prime Body descend, his figure flashed and he vanished from the spot. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun resolved the attacks of the martial Dao Prime Body with ease. The difference between the two of them was too great. The martial Dao Prime Body retreated hurriedly. After Ghost Emperor Yang Yun reappeared, he hung the wine gourd on his waist with a grim expression and his eyes regained clarity. He stared fixedly at the martial Dao Prime Body and asked slowly, "Who's that blood butterfly from the medium kiliacosm to you?" Before the martial Dao Prime Body could react, the 4 Ghost Emperors who surrounded him were shocked and their attacks paused. The martial Dao Prime Body was shocked and looked at Ghost Emperor Yang Yun in disbelief. He frowned and asked, "You know her?" The blood butterfly that Ghost Emperor Yang Yun was referring to was definitely Dai Yu. However, the martial Dao Prime Body did not expect Dai Yu's name to spread to the Netherworld. From the expressions of the other 4 Ghost Emperors, it was clear that they had heard of the blood butterfly as well. More than that, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun had a conflicted expression as he laughed self-deprecatingly. "She came to the Netherworld before." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Furthermore, she's the only person in the medium kiliacosm who could enter the Netherworld alive and leave alive." The martial Dao Prime Body was silent. As his cultivation increased continuously and he got closer to Dai Yu, he could sense how powerful and terrifying she was. However, he was curious as to how Dai Yu came to the Netherworld and why she came here back then. Under normal circumstances, there was a law's barrier between the medium kiliacosm and the Netherworld. Given Dai Yu's methods back then, she should not have been able to break through it. The Void Yiksha gasped when he heard that. There was actually someone in the medium kiliacosm who could enter the Netherworld alive and leave alive? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi's expression was dark as he harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. That's because she was lucky. If the Lord of the Netherworld had attacked, she wouldn't have been allowed to start a massacre in the Netherworld. The martial Dao Prime Body was shocked when he heard that. Not only had Dai Yu been here, she even started a massacre in the Netherworld. The Void Yiksha grinned with a pale expression. As though he could tell that the martial Tao prime body was puzzled, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun said, the situation at that time was complicated and it was hard to explain in a few words. She did not stay in the netherworld for long, but she killed more than 10 emperors. Half of the 5 ghost emperors were killed by her. There were originally 10 ghost emperors who reigned over the 5 directions. In that battle back then, 5 of them died in her hands. Even now, those 5 positions have yet to be filled. The martial Tao prime body surveyed his surroundings. It was no wonder why the 4 ghost emperors were even more hostile towards him after hearing the words, blood butterfly. However, he found it strange that Ghost Emperor Yang Yun's attitude towards him seemed to have softened. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun continued, back then, I tried to stop her and was severely injured by her. However, she did not kill me and spared my life. Oh. The martial Tao prime body was surprised. Before she left a message. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun seemed to recall that scene again. The fact that you're able to survive from me shall be your greatest honor. In reality, that was also the case. Back in the battle, only Ghost Emperor Yang Yun survived after encountering Daiyu, causing his reputation in the netherworld to soar and even surpass the central Ghost Emperor, Zhou Qi. The martial Tao prime body was not surprised. Daiyu was the only one who could say something like that. Because Yang Yun mentioned that past, the Green Lotus true body gradually woke up from his state of epiphany. Zhou Qi and the other 3 ghost emperors seemed to have noticed something amiss as well. Ghost Emperor Ziren frowned. Yang Yun, since this person is related to the blood butterfly, we can't let him leave. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun shook his head and suddenly stopped. The mist that enveloped the soul lantern suddenly dissipated and the flames of the soul lantern intensified, regaining its light. A golden halo spread rapidly and forced the 4 ghost emperors back. Yang Yun, what are you doing? Ghost Emperor Zhou Qi hollered. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun looked at the martial Tao prime body with a conflicted expression. Back then, she spared my life. I'll let you off today as well. Ghost Emperor Yang Yun did not know what relationship the martial Tao prime body had with Daiyu. However, he believed that someone who could use the aura of the plow heaven stride and Dharmic Tao would definitely have inherited the essence of Daiyu's Dharmic Tao and would definitely be the person closest to her. Thank you. The martial Tao prime body cupped his fists slightly. Yang Yun, do you know what you're doing? Ghost Emperor when he said in a deep voice, not only is this person related to the blood butterfly, he's also from the medium Kiliacosm and even carries the Emperor weapon of the Lord of the Netherworld. If you let this person leave, you'll commit an unforgivable felony. Against the scolding of the 4 ghost emperors, Ghost Emperor Yang Yun did not mind at all. He took out the wine gourd once more and took a sip of strong wine before shrugging. Whatever, I don't care. Hurry up and leave. Now is the time. The Void Yiksha hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the martial Tao prime body's spirit consciousness and urged. The martial Tao prime body was also about to escape from the netherworld with the Green Lotus true body and leap into the ghost world through the entrance of the 6 paths. However, something strange happened on the side of the Green Lotus true body. Just as the martial Tao prime body wanted to leave with the Green Lotus true body, mysterious Dharmic Taos burst forth from the ladder and blocked him. Immediately after, the Green Lotus true body soared into the skies under the guidance of the Dharmic Taos. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to stop him, his heart skipped a beat. The 2 true bodies were telepathic and this situation did not seem to pose a threat to the Green Lotus true body. When the 4 ghost emperors saw that, they wanted to stop him as well. However, before the attacks of the 4 ghost emperors could descend on the Green Lotus true body, they were blocked by the golden halo of the soul lantern. The Green Lotus true body ascended extremely quickly and arrived in the firmaments in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, under countless gazes, a crack suddenly opened in the firmaments. Although the gap appeared for an extremely short period of time, the martial Tao prime body could still sense the aura of the medium kiliacosm from it. To be precise, it was the aura of the Emperor's tomb. Well. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up and his reaction was extremely fast. He hurriedly sent the water of the hell-boundless springs obtained from Consort Yu into the hands of the Green Lotus true body. Thereafter, the Green Lotus true body was pulled into the crack. In the blink of an eye, the Green Lotus true body vanished and the gap closed as well. The connection between the two true bodies was severed once more. However, the martial Tao prime body knew that there was a high chance that the Green Lotus true body had obtained another huge opportunity. After knowing that the Green Lotus true body was fine, the martial Tao prime body did not hesitate either. He brought the void Wuxia and turned to leap into the ghost world of the six paths. His figure was swallowed by the six vortexes and vanished. With the protection of the soul lantern, even the four ghost emperors could not do anything to him and merely watched as he was devoured by the six paths. Chapter 2727, 2727 Resurrection. 2727 Resurrection. In the dark and cold starry sky, a gigantic tomb floated. Compared to the tomb, even some ancient stars were as insignificant as dust. The Emperor's Tomb. A saintly middle-aged man in an ancient white robe stood by an isolated tomb with an already cold corpse lying beneath his feet. The corpse wore green robes and looked young with refined features. However, the power of the curse had already seeped into his body. Even after his essence spirit was shattered in his consciousness, it was still entangled by the curse and he had no chance of survival. What a pity! The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the corpse by his feet. He shook his head gently and murmured, even the grade 12 creation Green Lotus body could not defend against the devouring of the two curses. After a long time, the middle-aged man said, "Forget it. There's an emperor and many Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators here to accompany you in death. Burying you here won't be a disgrace to your bloodline." As he said that, the middle-aged man waved his robes and blasted a human-shaped pit in the hard soil beside him, sending the corpse beside him into it. Right then, a dermic Tao light burst forth from the corpse and gradually resonated with the entire Emperor's tomb, fusing into one. The middle-aged man exclaimed softly with a strange expression and whispered, "He actually cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra?" Before he could finish his sentence, the dermic Tao on the corpse worked. Like a gigantic vortex, the corpse began to absorb a certain power from the Emperor's tomb crazily. A trace of life appeared in the originally lifeless corpse. As time passed, the life force in the corpse became clearer and stronger, as though the corpse was showing signs of revival. The middle-aged man was not surprised by that. However, the pity in his eyes did not disappear. Instead, it became even more obvious. After cultivating the Heaven Burial Sutra and coming to this Emperor's tomb, you can indeed revive with the power of the Emperor's tomb. The middle-aged man looked at the corpse in the pit and shook his head. Unfortunately, even if your soul returns to the world of the living, you won't be able to escape the damage of the two curses. In the middle-aged man's opinion, the scene before him was nothing more than a final moment of lucidity. After this young man revived, he had to be killed by the two curses and experience the process of death once more. That was way too cruel. If he died once more, even the taboo mystic classic, the Heaven Burial Sutra, would be useless. The middle-aged man merely stood at the side silently without saying anything or interrupting the process of the young man's resurrection. After an unknown period of time, the corpse in the huge pit had already recovered its vitality. The next moment, a crack appeared in the void and a wisp of soul returned to the corpse through it. Immediately after, the corpse trembled gently. Suddenly, the green-robed man lying inside opened his eyes. The person who revived in the Emperor's tomb was Su Zimo. This feeling was way too strange and indescribable. He was clearly dead, but now, he had revived in the Emperor's tomb. Furthermore, everything he saw and experienced in the netherworld did not seem like an illusion at all. It was still vivid and memorable. The shock brought to him by the 6 paths of reincarnation was still unforgettable. Little ghosts of the netherworld, black and white impermanences, the judges of life and death, the 5 ghost emperors and the martial Tao prime body. There were also the unimaginable encounters that the martial Tao prime body experienced in the hell world. There was no way these things were illusions. Su Zimo felt as though he had just woken up from a long dream after a nap. Of course, there was another most important thing that could verify that this was not an illusion. He had brought back the water from the hell-boundless springs from the hands of the martial Tao prime body, and it was now in his consciousness. Su Zimo realized that he had not died at all. His soul had only walked around the netherworld's death's door and Yellow Springs Road. This experience was way too rare. His situation was countless times more advanced than a mere resurrection. It was difficult to awaken the memories of his previous life unless someone guided him. Furthermore, he had to cultivate again. But now, his soul took a spin in the netherworld and returned to the Emperor's tomb. He fused with his essence spirit once more and controlled the grade 12 green lotus true body. There was no need for him to cultivate again, and his cultivation realm did not decrease at all. That was not all. In the netherworld, his soul had once witnessed the 6 paths of reincarnation with his own eyes and comprehended the true meaning of the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as he cultivated and continued comprehending, he would be able to control the true 6 paths of reincarnation and unleash its power as a peerless divine power. Su Zimo sensed it carefully and realized that that was not the only change in his body. As his soul was going back and forth in the netherworld, many strange changes seemed to have happened to the green lotus true body. An extremely rich life force surged from the body of the green lotus true body. Right now, that power was nourishing the bloodline of the green lotus true body, and the latter was growing rapidly. His cultivation realm rose at a visible speed as well. Before he was forced into the Emperor's tomb by the sect master of the academy, he had just entered the perfected one realm, and his cultivation realm was only at the convergence perfected one realm. He merely condensed the black, earth and heaven essences into a perfected essence. But now, according to the speed of the advancement of this realm, there was a high chance that he would advance to the next realm in a short period of time. The celestial being perfected one realm. Su Zimo was pleasantly surprised. Although he still had many questions in his heart and did not know what was going on, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Sigh. Right then, a sigh sounded from the side. It was a familiar voice. It was the voice he heard before he died. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He was revived and noticed the changes in the green lotus true body. He was immersed in it and did not notice that there was someone standing not far away. Su Zimo stood up hurriedly from the huge pit and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a saintly middle-aged man in an ancient white robe. The middle-aged man looked at him as well. However, his expression was complicated and there was a hint of pity in his eyes. "Senior, are you Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight of the past?" Su Zimo hesitated slightly and probed. Before he fainted, when he heard that sigh, he recalled that the first time he entered the Emperor's tomb, there was a remnant thought of an immortal emperor left behind. The voice of that immortal emperor's remnant thought was the exact same as this voice. Under normal circumstances, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight should have died many years ago. Therefore, Su Zimo was still unsure when he saw the middle-aged man before him. "That's me." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. When he heard the middle-aged man admit it, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat even though he was prepared. Thereafter, he leaped out of the pit and bowed to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Chapter 2728, 2728 Secret of the Emperor's Tomb. 2728 Secret of the Emperor's Tomb. In Su Zimo's opinion, the Emperor's tomb appeared in time and devoured him. Including the changes in Green Lotus True, the reason why he could be saved and revived was definitely because of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was probably the only person who could possess such shocking methods as well. Looking at Su Zimo, who thanked him sincerely with a grateful expression, the pity in Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's eyes intensified as he sighed internally. This young man might not have realized that he was going to die again. However, this time round, he would not have the chance to revive. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight did not know what to say for a moment. That was because he knew that the truth was way too cruel to this young man who had just been reborn and was filled with joy. To be precise, I didn't save you. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight shook his head gently. Su Zimo had a puzzled expression. There were only the two of them in the entire Emperor's tomb. Apart from Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, who else could it be? Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight pointed to Su Zimo. You saved yourself. Senior, please do explain. Su Zimo cupped his fists once more. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said, You cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra before. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. However, do you know why the Heaven Burial Sutra is called a taboo mystic classic? Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight asked. Su Zimo recalled the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra carefully and remembered an unforgettable experience in the netherworld. Gradually, he revealed a look of realization. In the netherworld, he once thought that the reason why the Heaven Burial Sutra could become a taboo mystic classic was because after a cultivator died, the Dharmic Tao did not dissipate and left an imprint on their soul. That way, the cultivator could awaken the memories of their previous lives even after their souls entered the netherworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was only at that moment that he understood. Even with his previous guess, he had underestimated the strength of the Heaven Burial Sutra. The Dharmic Tao left on his soul by the Heaven Burial Sutra was not for reincarnation at all, but for revival. It was for the sake of pulling his soul back into the world of the living from the netherworld forcefully. When he saw that Su Zimo could comprehend the secret of the Heaven Burial Sutra so quickly, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight nodded in satisfaction. But, how is that possible? Su Zimo felt that this still did not make sense. He frowned and asked, According to what I know, the netherworld is an existence independent of the trichiliocosm. There's a powerful laws barrier between the netherworld and the medium chiliocosm. It's very difficult to break through such a laws barrier. How could the Dharmic Tao of a single taboo mystic classic be enough to tear through the barrier of the netherworld and drag my soul back here? The power of a taboo mystic classic is naturally insufficient. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight pointed at his feet. Don't forget where we are. The Emperor's tomb. Su Zimo blurted out. Thereafter, he compared it to the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra and gradually gained a realization. The Heaven Burial Sutra was able to break through the barrier between the medium chiliocosm and the netherworld and drag his soul back to the world of the living with the help of the burial intent in the Emperor's tomb. The immense power obtained from Green Lotus True Body came from the Emperor's tomb as well. Only this ancient Emperor's tomb could provide such immense power that allowed him to advance a realm from the convergence perfected one realm in a short period of time and almost reach the celestial being perfected one realm. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, Senior Dawn Twilight, pardon me for being rude. This tomb was formed because of you. Although many experts have been buried over the years, the power of the Emperor's tomb alone is not enough to break through the law's barrier of the two worlds, right? Su Zimo gradually understood the entire process. However, it seemed a little easy for the Heaven Burial Sutra to condense the power of the Emperor's tomb and break through the barrier between the medium chiliocosm and the netherworld. My tomb. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight suddenly smiled strangely. The curse in this tomb was indeed caused by me, but this tomb is not mine." Su Zimo was stunned. If this emperor's tomb was not the tomb of immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, who else could it belong to? Whose tomb could have the power to penetrate the law's barrier of two worlds? Could it be the tomb of a great emperor? At the thought of that possibility, Su Zimo was shocked. Right then, immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said indifferently, "This tomb was originally the tomb of great Emperor Longevity." Indeed. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said, "It's not that simple to revive. Even if you cultivate the Heaven Burial Sutra, you won't get many chances. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to make use of the tombs of great emperors?" Su Zimo nodded to himself. Initially, he thought that revival was possible just by cultivating the Heaven Burial Sutra. In that case, he would just impart the Dharmic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra to his family and friends so that they could live another life. However, from the looks of it, that thought was a little naive. It was easy for them to cultivate the Heaven Burial Sutra, but how could they find the tomb of a great emperor to appear at the moment of their deaths? According to what he knew, apart from the tomb of great Emperor Longevity in front of him, there were only two others: the tomb of great Emperor Heaven Burial in the Fiend Domain and the tomb of great Emperor Infinite in Avicii. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as though something important flashed through his mind. The tombs of great Emperor Longevity, great Emperor Heaven Burial and great Emperor Infinite. Up till now, he had personally seen two experts who had died for many years but returned from the dead. One was Emperor Bo Sun, who died hundreds of thousands of years ago. Emperor Bo Sun revived in Avicii. However, in reality, that was the tomb of great Emperor Infinite. The other was Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, who had died tens of millions of years ago. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse revived on the tomb of great Emperor Heaven Burial. As for immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight before him, he had long died for many years but was revived in this generation as well. Furthermore, he woke up in the tomb of great Emperor Longevity. The way Su Zimo looked at immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight gradually changed. At the same time, some strange changes seemed to be happening to immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Initially, immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight looked at Su Zimo with a hint of pity. His expression was gentle and he exuded a saintly aura. However, at that moment, immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight frowned with a dark expression, as though he had fallen into a strange state and was struggling continuously. There was an additional sinister aura on his body. "If I'm not wrong, you've cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra as well, senior?" Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and asked slowly. "That's right." Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's voice clearly became much colder. However, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, as though he was still holding on to something. In that case, it was not only immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Even Emperor Bo Sun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse had cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra. It was precisely because of this that the three of them could make use of the tomb of a great emperor to revive in this generation. Chapter 2729, 2729 Martial Dao Aura. 2729 Martial Dao Aura. Su Zimo could not help but recall a catastrophe of the 10,000 races that Dao Lord Blood Fiend caused in Tianhuang mainland. At that time, Dao Lord Blood Fiend was extremely talented and relied on the help of Heavenly Wolf to create the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, wanting to turn all the 10,000 races into the Blood Race and unify Tianhuang. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was so terrifying that even the Green Lotus True Body and Dragon Phoenix True Body could not escape its influence. Only monk Daming of the Buddhist monasteries could escape from the entanglement of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after sacrificing himself with Heavenly Fiend Dissolution. As a taboo mystic classic, the Heaven Burial Sutra was countless times more brilliant than the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Of course, the current situation was different from Tianhuang mainland. Although Su Zimo cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra, he did not discover any problems or hidden ailments in this taboo mystic classic. The martial Tao Prime Body had browsed through the Heaven Burial Sutra as well and did not discover anything unusual. But now, it was probably not a coincidence that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Emperor Bo Sun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse revived at the same time in this generation. Back then, these three emperors were all top emperors who were renowned. What was the purpose of them reviving in this generation? The current situation of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was extremely similar to when Bo Sun revived. It was as though they had fallen into some kind of struggle and their minds were extremely unstable. Initially, Su Zimo thought that Emperor Bo Sun's situation back then was caused by a conflict between his Buddhist and fiend cultivation. From the looks of it now, there should be another reason for the situations of both Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight and Emperor Bo Sun. Right then, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight took a deep breath and seemed to stabilize. He looked at Su Zimo. There's something you might not have realized yet. Although you've just revived, the curse in this tomb is still present and the master betrayal curse on you has not been removed. In other words, you're plagued by two curses and you'll still die. However, even the Heaven Burial Sutra can't save you this time round. You will truly die. In reality, Su Zimo was using the water from the hell-boundless springs to cleanse his essence spirit while he was conversing with Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Now, the curses in his green lotus essence spirit had already been removed and it had returned to normal. Su Zimo channeled the hell-boundless springs and continued to cleanse the green lotus true body. As the two curses had already permeated every single inch of the green lotus true body's flesh, it would take some time to remove them completely. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight seemed to have noticed the abnormality in Su Zimo and was puzzled. He murmured softly, "You can actually remove the two curses in your body on your own?" With that said, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight frowned, as though he had fallen into pain again. The aura on his body became extremely unstable. "Senior?" Su Zimo called out softly. He was a little nervous about this situation as well. Back when Emperor Bo Sun woke up, he pushed him straight into Greater Avicii. Su Zimo did not know what Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight would do after he woke up. "My Tao title is Dawn Twilight because I specialize in the Tao of time." Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight said, "Comprehend it carefully. My Dharmic Tao is all in the bell and drum." As soon as he finished speaking, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight flicked his finger gently, as though he had struck an ancient bell. The sound of the bell was faint and endless. Then, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight clasped his fingers and the sound of a drum sounded. It was low, heavy, and oppressive. Su Zimo had experienced the dawn bell and twilight drum once in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven. However, the Dharmic Tao inheritance back then had been sealed for many years. The impact was different from now when it was released by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight personally. Amidst the continuous bell and deep drum sounds, Su Zimo felt that he had gained new comprehensions in time. Not only did the Dharmic Tao of the dawn bell and twilight drum resonate with his fleeting moment, they gradually synthesized. Right then, the bell and drum sounds suddenly vanished. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's body was trembling violently as well as he said in a low voice, "Young man, there will be a chaos in the medium kiliacosm. I advise you to escape as soon as possible and hide in the corners of the medium kiliacosm. Don't get involved, or else." Although Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was good advice for Su Zimo, his tone had turned sinister. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Book Immortal Yunju had once mentioned to him that in the past era, there was a chaos that swept through the trichiliacosm and affected all living beings of the 10,000 races. And now, he was hearing it from Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight again personally. Could the revival of the three emperors in this generation have something to do with this chaos? Could it be that the legendary Fiend Lord would appear in this generation as well? Who was the Fiend Lord and where did he come from? Go, hurry, and go. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight's expression was dark. Suddenly, he waved his hand and urged Su Zimo to leave. Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings. Right now, he was in the Emperor's tomb. Given his methods, he could not tear through the void and leave. Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight attacked and tore the void beside Su Zimo. A tremendous suction force pulled Su Zimo into it. The next moment, Su Zimo disappeared from the Emperor's tomb. The last thing he saw was that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had already stopped struggling and trembling. He had calmed down and raised his head, looking at him indifferently with a cold gaze. Su Zimo could vaguely sense that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had already changed into another person at that moment. It was also because Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had expected this that he passed down his Tao of Time and sent him out of the Emperor's tomb. Su Zimo drifted along with the void currents in the spatial tunnel. He was in a daze and did not know where he was. Given his strength, he could not control where he landed at all. He could only passively wait for a spatial node and take the opportunity to escape. In other words, he did not know where he would end up in this vast upper world of the Trichiliocosm. In fact, if he was unlucky, he might even descend into the heavenly world again. After an unknown period of time, a dermic Tao fluctuation spread over from a spatial node in the spatial tunnel ahead. When Su Zimo sensed the fluctuation of the dermic Tao, a look of surprise and strangeness flashed through his eyes. That was the aura of the martial Tao. He floated in the void and could actually sense the aura of the martial Tao in the vast upper world. Without hesitation, Su Zimo released all his strength through the spatial node and charged out of the spatial tunnel. Phew! His vision cleared up and countless stars floated around him. Su Zimo was in the starry skies of the upper world. The environment and aura here were extremely unfamiliar and should be far away from the heavenly world. He looked over. At the end of the starry skies ahead, he could vaguely see a gigantic mountain that towered into the clouds. It stood tall in the starry skies and emitted an extremely sharp edge. Even from thousands of kilometers away, Su Zimo could still sense the killing intent emitted by the mountain peak. Mottled sword marks could be clearly seen on the stars around him. Chapter 2730, 2730 Sword World. 2730 Sword World. What a powerful sword intent. Su Zimo nodded to himself. The mountain peak was more than 5,000 kilometers away and the sword intent emitted left sword marks on the ancient stars here. It was obvious that the stars around the mountain peak must have been sliced into dust by that powerful sword intent a long time ago. Could this be the sword world of the Trichiliocosm? Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. Recalling the martial Tao aura he sensed in the spatial tunnel previously, he thought of someone and a look of joy flashed across his face. His eldest disciple, Baiming Shui. Baiming Shui cultivated the martial Tao and her martial spirit was a sword. Baiming Shui's talent in the sword Tao could be said to be unprecedented. With the help of her sword-shaped martial spirit, her cultivation in the sword Tao advanced bravely and her combat strength was extremely strong. Yun Ting was a rare monster incarnate of the sword Tao. However, in Su Zimo's opinion, if they were of the same cultivation realm, the outcome of a fight between Yun Ting and Baiming Shui might be unknown. The most likely place for Baiming Shui to ascend to the upper world was not the heavenly world, but the sword world. If anyone in the sword world cultivated the martial Tao, the most likely person would be Baiming Shui. As Su Zimo's eldest disciple and the #1 successor of the martial Tao, Su Zimo valued Baiming Shui immensely and the emotions he poured into her far exceeded others. Although the taboo Kuanpeng, carefree, was his disciple as well, Su Zimo did not provide much guidance in terms of cultivation. Baiming Shui was the only one whom Su Zimo had stayed by her side for 3 years to impart the Tao personally, guiding her meticulously. In Tianhuang mainland, Baiming Shui did not disappoint and surpassed many experts. She caught up later on and attracted the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation to ascend to the upper world. However, it was unknown how far Baiming Shui had cultivated in the upper world. Su Zimo knew very well how cruel the cultivation environment of the upper world was and did not know what Baiming Shui had experienced after descending to the sword world. His imagination ran wild as he walked towards the tall mountain peak ahead. Before long, more than 10 sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him and sped in his direction at an astonishing speed, closing in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and sized up everyone opposite him. There were a total of 15 people who came. They were either carrying long swords on their backs, hanging sharp swords at their waists, or wielding long swords. Their eyes were sharp and the sword intent on their bodies was sharp. They were all sword cultivators. The 2 in the lead were a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were at the perfected 1 realm and the rest were heaven immortals. The man had a slender figure, wide palms, sharp brows and starry eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing and was already at the celestial being perfected 1 realm. The woman was valiant and heroic. Her long hair was tied up and she was tall with an extraordinary appearance. Her cultivation realm was at the convergence perfected 1 realm. When the man and woman stood together, they looked like a match made in heaven and were rather pleasing to the eye. As Su Zimo sized up the other party, the 15 sword cultivators were also checking on Su Zimo. This green-robed cultivator looked a little strange. His cultivation realm was not low and he had already cultivated to the perfected 1 realm. However, there seemed to be a huge problem with his health as his face was withered and his aura was weak. Su Zimo's green lotus true body still retained a lot of the power of the Master Betrayal Curse and the Emperor's Tomb Curse. He was sent out of the Emperor's Tomb by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight rather suddenly and had yet to remove the 2 curses in his body. Therefore, he did not seem to be in a good state. "I'm Jian Chen." The leader cupped his fists toward Su Zimo and asked, "Fellow Taoist, where are you from? How should I address you?" Although it was their first time meeting, these sword cultivators were rather polite and were not arrogant or rude. Su Zimo returned the greeting and cupped his fists. "I'm from the heavenly world and my surname is Su." He was in a new and unknown situation after all. Out of caution, Su Zimo did not reveal his full name. The perfected immortal sword cultivator called Jian Chen smiled. As though he could tell Su Zimo's reservations, he did not mind and asked, "Fellow Taoist, why are you here this time round? Is the sword world ahead?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes." The woman nodded. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "It's nothing important. I just happened to pass by and wanted to pay a visit to the sword world." Right now, he was at the perfected immortal realm. As a perfected immortal, no matter which world it was, he was considered an expert. As such, it was not strange for him to say that. Visiting the sword world? The woman had a strange expression as though she had thought of something. The sword cultivators behind him revealed strange smiles as well. A spirit consciousness fluctuation appeared between them and they communicated in secret. Actually, Su Zimo's words caused a misunderstanding among the sword cultivators. They thought that Su Zimo was implying he was here to find people from the sword world to spar with for experience. Prior to this, there were also paragons and monster incarnates from other worlds who came to visit and spar with sword cultivators of the sword world. However, they returned in defeat. In the sword world, the strength of sword cultivators could be unleashed to the limits. If one did not cultivate the sword Dao and came to the sword world to spar, they would definitely be suppressed. Jian Chen smiled gently. "Since you're a guest from the heavenly world, our sword world will naturally welcome you." However, Jian Chen paused for a moment and looked at Su Zimo. "Fellow Taoist, your aura seems weak and you don't seem to be in a good state." "It's fine." Su Zimo waved it off. "I'm just slightly injured. I'll be fine after recuperating." The woman reminded kindly, fellow Taoist Su, the sword qi in our sword world is strong and sharp. You're not a sword cultivator and your body is unwell. If you enter the sword world, you might not be able to withstand it. Oh? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Jian Chen looked at Su Zimo and nodded as well. Fellow Taoist Su, if you're not in a hurry, you can look for a random star outside and rest for a while. It won't be too late to enter the sword world after you recover. Su Zimo knew his physical condition. As long as hell-boundless springs cleansed the green lotus true body completely, he would recover to his original state. He missed Baiming Shui and wanted to enter the sword world as soon as possible to investigate. At that thought, Su Zimo said, "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoists. I'm fine." When the sword cultivators behind him heard that, they pouted. This person from the heavenly world is probably so stubborn because he thinks that we're looking down on him. Alright, let him suffer a little. The few heaven immortal sword cultivators communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Jian Chen and the woman exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Jian Chen turned slightly. "Fellow Taoist Su, please." Su Zimo stepped forward and followed behind Jian Chen and the perfected immortal woman, heading towards the tall mountain peak ahead. "Fellow Taoist Su, how much do you know about our sword world?" The woman glanced sideways and asked. I don't know much." Su Zimo coughed gently. In reality, he knew nothing about the sword world other than its name. The woman smiled. "It's fine. Let me give you a simple introduction, fellow Taoist Su." Chapter 2731 Identity Known. 2731 Identity Known. Heaven and Earth Academy, Legacy Ground. In an elegant and simple cave abode, there was a fragrance. A beautiful woman closed her eyes and held a brush, drawing continuously on a piece of rice paper. On the woman's shoulder, a snow-white butterfly stood and flapped its wings gently, looking at the painting in front of the woman with disbelief in its eyes. Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Recently, she had been immersed in the painting and it lasted for nearly a month. She was focused and did not open her eyes to look. She did not even rest, afraid that she would interrupt the painting process. On the drawing paper, there was only a human figure. Before that, more than half of the painting had been completed. Apart from his blank face, the figure's posture, actions and even his eyes that were burning with purple flames were already depicted. As for Mo Qing, she was using the fiend figure Dermic Tao of the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram to attempt to divine desolate Martial's true appearance and complete the painting. After a long time, Mo Qing gradually stopped writing and heaved a sigh of relief. The painting was finally completed. However, she still did not open her eyes. She was expectant, nervous and filled with conflicting emotions. Painting continuously the past month had taken a huge toll on her mentally. Mo Qing closed her eyes and extended her slim finger, rubbing her glabella gently to relieve her mental and physical fatigue. "Little butterfly, why aren't you saying anything?" Mo Qing asked. The snow-white butterfly on her shoulder looked at the face on the painting in front of her and stammered, but did not say anything. Mo Qing smiled and teased, "Could it be as you guessed previously? Does desolate Martial have a green face and fangs such that you're shocked by his fierceness?" No matter what, she still felt relieved after completing this painting. "I'm indeed shocked," the ice butterfly muttered. "However, it's not because he looks too scary." "Oh? In that case, why?" Mo Qing asked. "See for yourself," the ice butterfly said. Upon hearing the ice butterfly's words, Mo Qing was even more curious. She took a deep breath and paused for a long time before mustering her courage. She opened her eyes and looked at the painting in front of her. Mo Qing was stunned on the spot. The person in this painting. She was all too familiar with him. Junior brother Su of the academy. How could this be? On the portrait, a man was dressed in a purple robe and stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were burning with flames and everything about him was the stance of desolate martial. However, his face was that of junior brother Su. Most importantly, junior brother Su's face did not look out of place when matched with everything about desolate martial. It was almost a perfect match, as though he was desolate martial. Could it be that Su Zimo has a twin brother who looks especially similar? The ice butterfly asked softly. Mo Qing remained silent. Suddenly, she recalled the purple flames in junior brother Su's eyes when he played chess with chess Immortal Junyu in the room of Divine Firmament Palace. She recalled the various interactions between junior brother Su and desolate martial back in Avicii. She recalled junior brother Su's strange attitude towards her. There was only one possibility. Mo Qing clenched her fists slightly as anger suddenly rose in her heart. She glared at the portrait in front of her angrily and reached out to tear the painting that she had spent countless effort on into pieces. Junior brother Su, how dare you? Mo Qing was furious and embarrassed as she grit her teeth secretly. To think that I trusted you so much and asked you to hand the portrait to desolate martial, but you were actually. However, Mo Qing thought about it. This was junior brother Su's secret after all. Once exposed, junior brother Su's life might be in danger and he could not even stay in Heaven and Earth Academy. It was understandable for junior brother Su not to tell her such a secret. Mo Qing thought about it again. Even if you told me, would I leak the secret? Am I that untrustworthy to you? After thinking about it, Mo Qing was still a little indignant and burned the piece of paper that she had just torn cleanly. You're burning it just like that? The ice butterfly seemed to feel that it was a pity. Humph. Mo Qing said, what's there to see about this person? If you want to see him, you can see him every day. After saying that, Mo Qing tidied up briefly. Let's go and look for him. Let's see how long he can continue acting for. Mo Qing left the cave abode and sped towards the inner sect of the academy. After not coming out of seclusion for more than a month, the atmosphere in the academy seemed strange. Mo Qing frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, the academy would not have changed much even if she had been in seclusion for 10 years or 100 years. But now, something seemed to have happened in the academy. Mo Qing did not think too much about it and continued walking towards the inner sect of the academy. Before long, she arrived at Su Zimo's cave abode. The cave abode that was initially Su Zimo's was already in ruins. It had collapsed and the surrounding spirit fields and medicinal gardens were long destroyed. What happened? Mo Qing frowned. Right then, an inner sect disciple of the academy passed by not far away. However, he circled around this place from afar, as though he was afraid of something. In the blink of an eye, Mo Qing arrived before the inner sect disciple and intercepted him. Ah! When the inner sect disciple saw Mo Qing, he was stunned for a moment before bowing hurriedly. Greetings, senior sister Mo Qing. Yes. Mo Qing pointed at the ruins not far away and asked, what's going on? The inner sect disciple glanced over and looked at Mo Qing. He could not help but recall the rumors circulating in the academy about senior sister Mo Qing and that person before this. With a strange expression, he probed, senior sister Mo Qing, you don't know yet? What happened? Mo Qing asked indifferently. The inner sect disciple said, that's the cave abode of the traitor of the academy. Naturally, we have to clean it up and abolish it as a warning to others. Nonsense. Mo Qing berated and frowned. That's junior brother Su's cave abode. Junior brother Su is rank 1 of the Earth and Heaven rankings. How much glory has he brought to the academy? He condensed the 10th step of the Tao Heart Stairs and was accepted as an in-name disciple by the sect master. How can he be a traitor of the academy? The inner sect disciple pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, no matter how much glory he has, it can't hide his betrayal of the academy and his master. What nonsense are you talking about? When Mo Qing saw that the inner sect disciple was framing Su Zimo continuously, she was enraged and subconsciously released the might of a perfected immortal, enveloping this person with a cold gaze. The inner sect disciple shuddered and found it difficult to breathe. His face flushed red and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Senior Sister Mo Qing, please calm down. The inner sect disciple said with difficulty, this matter has nothing to do with me. The sect master said it personally and everyone in the world knows about it. Senior Sister Mo Qing, if you don't believe me, you can ask the sect master. When she heard that, Mo Qing felt uneasy and her face turned pale. After a moment of silence, Mo Qing released the person and grit her teeth. I'll ask now. If you're lying, I'll definitely punish you severely by the Academy's rules. Chapter 2732, 2732 Standoff. 2732 Standoff. Mo Qing left the inner sect of the Academy and headed straight for the sect master of the Academy's Heaven and Earth Palace. Along the way, she pondered deeply. Initially, she did not believe that. However, when she found out that junior brother Su was desolate marshal of the Fiend Domain, she could not help but link the two things together. Could it be that her master had discovered junior brother Su's identity as desolate marshal of the Fiend Domain? Was that why he ousted junior brother Su, because he wanted to protect the orthodox way of slaying demons and fiends? If not for that, there was really no need for junior brother Su to break off ties with the Academy. Furthermore, her master's calculations were always flawless and he knew everything from past to present. There was a high chance that he could deduce junior brother Su's identity as desolate marshal of the Fiend Domain. However, where was junior brother Su now? How was he? If her master had attacked junior brother Su, could he survive? Mo Qing did not realize it herself. Even though she thought that Su Zimo had already betrayed the Academy, she was not hostile towards him at all. Instead, she was deeply worried. Before long, Mo Qing arrived in the depths of the Legacy Ground. An ancient and mysterious palace could be vaguely seen in the clouds ahead. Without hesitation, Mo Qing took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Master, I'm Mo Qing. Please allow me to meet you." Before long, a voice sounded from the palace. "Come in." The next moment, the clouds descended and condensed an arched bridge between Mo Qing and Heaven and Earth Palace. Mo Qing followed the arched bridge and entered Heaven and Earth Palace. The moment she stepped into the palace, Missouri Qing was stunned. Apart from the sect master of the Academy sitting cross-D in the middle of Heaven and Earth Palace, there was also a one-armed man who emitted a faint rancid aura. The sharpness of this person was gone and his eyes were much dimmer. It was Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was severely injured by desolate marshal of the Fiend Domain's eternal damnation at the Nine Firmament meet. Although Sword Immortal Yu Hua was saved by the powerful methods of the sect master of the Academy, his injuries had yet to recover. Apart from the fact that his severed arm could not be regenerated, there were still many wounds on his body that could not heal. Rotten flesh kept growing, which was why he emitted a rancid aura. Although Sword Immortal Yu Hua survived, he was like a broken sword. His will was despondent. Apart from Sword Immortal Yu Hua, there was another man in the palace. He stood upright with a sword-like gaze and exuded a noble aura. It was another legacy disciple, junior brother Yang Ruoxu. At that moment, Sword Immortal Yu Hua stood on the side of the sect master of the Academy with his hands by his side. As for Yang Ruoxu, he stood opposite the sect master of the Academy and the atmosphere was tense. When the sect master of the Academy saw Mo Qing arrive, he nodded slightly with a smile. Mo Qing, you're out of seclusion. You must be here for the matter of Su Zimo as well, right? Ruoxu came here for this matter as well. You came at the right time. If you have any questions, ask me and I'll answer them all. Mo Qing had a hesitant expression. Master, I just heard an inner sect disciple slander junior brother Su. He said that he betrayed the academy and his master. That's not slander. Before Mo Qing could finish, Sword Immortal Yu Hua interrupted, that's absolutely true. Mo Qing looked at the sect master of the academy in confusion, wanting an answer. The sect master of the academy did not say anything and merely nodded gently. Mo Qing's heart sank. At the side, Yang Ruoxu suddenly said, Sect master, please forgive me for being rude. Yang Ruoxu was a legacy disciple, but he was not a personal disciple of the sect master of the academy. That was why he still referred to the latter as sect master. Yang Ruoxu's expression was dark. Ever since junior brother Su entered the academy, he saved his fellow sect mates in the trial of the 10,000-year meet. In fact, for the sake of his fellow sect mates, he went on a killing spree in the trial and killed a reincarnated perfected immortal. Later on, he obtained rank 1 on the Earth ranking. Thereafter, at the Divine Firmament meet, he was framed by senior brother Yu Hua and the others. You were the one who protected him then, sect master. He did not let the academy down and obtained rank 1 of the heaven ranking later on. Junior brother Su condensed the 10th step on the Tao Heart stairs. It was an unprecedented achievement. Ever since junior brother Su joined the academy, he has not let the academy down or done anything to harm it. I don't understand how he could have betrayed the academy. Yang Ruoxu's question was extremely direct and did not hide anything. One had to know that it took immense courage to ask such questions to the sect master of the academy. At the very least, Mo Qing did not dare to ask so directly. Of course, those were also the same doubts in her heart. However, there was a high chance that junior brother Su would betray the academy if the sect master of the academy knew about his identity as desolate marshal of the fiend domain. How dare you? Sword Immortal Yu Hua extended his single arm and pointed at Yang Ruoxu, saying fiercely, Yang Ruoxu, are you suspecting the sect master? I wouldn't dare. Yang Ruoxu shook his head gently. I'm just puzzled and want to ask for the truth. Sect master, please enlighten me. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was about to curse again when the sect master of the academy waved his hand gently with a conflicted expression. He sighed gently. I feel extremely regretful about this as well. It's difficult to judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect this lad to be innately rebellious. He actually harbored killing intent towards me, committing the crime of betraying his master. The sect master of the academy was not lying about that. Back then, Su Zimo had indeed wanted to kill him. Yang Ruoxu frowned. A hint of confusion flashed through Mo Qing's heart as well. From the looks of it, the sect master of the academy should not know junior brother Su's identity as desolate marshal of the fiend domain. Otherwise, there was no need for the sect master of the academy to hide this matter. However, if not for his identity as desolate marshal of the fiend domain, why would junior brother Su have a conflict with the sect master of the academy? This did not make sense. Yang Ruoxu pondered for a moment before asking, Sect master, junior brother Su's cultivation is only at the heaven immortal realm. Even if he obtains some huge opportunity and becomes a perfected immortal, the difference between him and you is worlds apart. I don't understand why junior brother Su would harbor killing intent towards you unless he wants to commit suicide. Before the sect master of the academy could speak, Sword Immortal Yu Hua said coldly, Yang Ruoxu, you've questioned the sect master of the academy time and time again. Don't tell me you want to betray the academy and betray your roots as well. Senior brother Yu Hua, this has nothing to do with you. Yang Ruoxu glared at him. You don't have to scare me or pin those charges on me. Although his cultivation realm could not compare to Sword Immortal Yu Hua, he was fearless against Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the sect master of the academy with his righteousness. Yang Ruoxu took a deep breath of air and glared at the sect master of the academy once more with a resolute gaze. Sect master, I've heard some rumors. It's said that junior brother Su's bloodline is the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. After he advanced to the perfected immortal realm, he attained greater mastery of the creation Green Lotus body. I heard that you attacked junior brother Su because you wanted the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, sect master. Junior brother Su only betrayed the academy and his master because he was left with no other choice. After the sect master of the academy spread the news of Su Zimo betraying the sect and his master, Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long spread the actual truth of the events as well. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was already buried in the emperor's tomb. Naturally, Lin Zhan and immortal Queen Ling Long did not wish for him to be defamed as well. The world would decide on its own as to who was in the right and who was in the wrong. When Mo Qing heard that, she shuddered. She did not believe that junior brother Su would betray the sect and his master for no reason. However, things might make sense if what Yang Ruoxu said was the truth. Chapter 2733 Whereabouts of Xiaoning. 2733 Whereabouts of Xiaoning. In the academy, due to the supreme might of the sect master of the academy, even if someone heard those rumors, no one dared to discuss it, let alone reveal them in front of the sect master of the academy. No one dared to question the sect master of the academy. Yang Ruoxu was the only one. There were many disciples in the academy but only Yang Ruoxu could cultivate the Righteousness Sutra to greater mastery. After Yang Ruoxu said that, heaven and earth palace suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The atmosphere was solemn and suffocating, even filled with a murderous intent. Mo Qing glanced at Yang Ruoxu with a worried expression. There was a high chance that the sect master of the academy could cripple and expel him from the academy just because of what he just said. However, that would confirm the rumors even more. Yang Ruoxu stood upright and looked at the sect master of the academy fixedly. His gaze was even a little rude, wanting to find an answer from the sect master's gaze and expression. Unfortunately, the sect master of the academy was silent. His eyes were calm when he heard his question. Nothing could be read from the sect master of the academy. Are you suspecting me? The sect master of the academy asked slowly with a calm gaze. I wouldn't dare. Although Yang Ruoxu said that he did not dare to, his tone did not show any weakness. He said in a deep voice, I just want the truth. Does the truth matter? Yes. The two of them looked at each other without backing down. The sect master of the academy smiled gently and waved his hand. Since you don't believe me, go and seek the answer yourself. Yang Ruoxu looked at the sect master of the academy deeply. I'll definitely do that. Even though junior brother Su is dead, I have to uphold justice for him. With that said, Yang Ruoxu turned to leave. Mo Qing's expression changed. Although she already had a bad feeling, she was still shocked when she heard the news of junior brother Su's death. Master, is junior brother Su really? Mo Qing's voice trembled. Sword Immortal Yu Hua frowned. Junior sister, why are you still referring to him as junior brother Su? He's just a bastard who betrayed his master and roots. Karma came for that bastard and he was devoured by the emperor's tomb, buried within. Mo Qing's figure swayed slightly. I understand. A moment later, Mo Qing lowered her head and said. She turned to leave Heaven and Earth Palace and walked towards her cave abode in a daze. Heaven and Earth Palace. After Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing left, Sword Immortal Yu Hua asked the sect master of the academy, Master, Yang Ruoxu spoke rudely to you earlier on. Why didn't you kill him? At the very least, according to the sect rules, you could have crippled and expelled him from the academy. He's just a naive ant. The sect master of the academy said indifferently, Su Zimo died in the emperor's tomb and there's no evidence. He wants to find the truth. How can there be truth in the world? As long as I wield enough power, wouldn't the truth just be anything I want it to be? I let him stay in the academy to let him know that everything he obtained was given by me. Since I can give it to him, I can take it all back as well. Sword Immortal Yu Hua understood. I understand. Yes. The sect master of the academy nodded slightly and praised, how obedient. Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Battle Kingdom. Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long sat in the main hall with faint worry on their faces. The matter of Su Zimo betraying Heaven and Earth Academy and dying in the Emperor's tomb was still brewing in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain. Although they spread the truth of the matter outside, it did not cause much of a stir. Immortal King Qing Yang, King Jin and the others who were involved naturally would not admit to this. Instead, they declared at the same time that Su Zimo was a traitor of the academy. That way, they had sufficient reason to fight against Lin Zhan when they descended upon the Battle Kingdom previously. Su Zimo came from the lower worlds and had no backing in the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain at all. As time passed, most cultivators were still inclined to believe in Heaven and Earth Academy. Suddenly, Lin Zhan asked, "There's still no movement from the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain?" "I'm not sure." Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head gently. "Logically speaking, the news I sent out has already reached Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament doesn't intend to pursue this matter?" Lin Zhan frowned. Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head. "It doesn't make sense. The Grand Pure Jade Manual is of great importance and is one of the taboo mystic classics. Furthermore, his son was even killed by the sect master of the academy. He shouldn't let the matter rest. Although that was the case, there was no movement in the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain in the end. Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom, Library. When the news of Su Zimo betraying Heaven and Earth Academy and dying in the Emperor's tomb spread, Lu Ping finally realized why Su Zimo arranged for him and Tao Yao to come to the Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom back then. This was to protect the two of them. Lu Ping was furious about that. He had followed Su Zimo for an extremely long time and believed that there was definitely no way he would betray the academy and his master. There had to be a reason behind it. On the other hand, Tao Yao seemed relatively calm. That was because he knew that even if the Green Lotus true body died, Su Zimo still had a martial Dao prime body who could kill his way back to the heavenly world in the future. Yun Zhu calmed down quickly as well. She also knew of the existence of the martial Dao prime body and believed that one day, Su Zimo would make a comeback and descend on the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. On this day, she received a message from a trusted aide. When she saw that news, Yun Zhu had a conflicted expression and sighed gently. Prior to this, Su Zimo had asked her for a favor. He wanted to find the whereabouts of a cultivator named Su Xiaoning. The news stated that Su Xiaoning's whereabouts had been found in the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was already dead. As for Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, she could not contact him. After pondering for a moment, Yun Zhu wrote a message and sent it back. She did not mention much inside other than for the person to take care of Su Xiaoning secretly and not show his face for the time being. Su Xiaoning had already settled down in the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain and Yun Zhu had no reason to bring her over to the Zi Xian Immortal Kingdom. Furthermore, to Su Xiaoning, the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain was more suitable for her cultivation. After pondering for a long time, Yun Zhu took out another messenger talisman and wrote something. "Little brother, after you left, something major happened in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Su Zimo's creation Green Lotus bloodline was exposed and he was surrounded and killed by the sect master of the academy and the others. In the end, he was forced into the Emperor's tomb and buried there. Since you've already settled down there, cultivate in peace and strive to return as soon as possible. Everything will be fine for us. Don't worry." Thereafter, Yunzhu sent out the messenger talisman and vanished in the blink of an eye. Although Yunting and Su Zimo had fought twice before, Yunzhu knew that the two of them appreciated each other. In Yunting's heart, he had always regarded Su Zimo as his greatest rival and not an enemy. In Yunzhu's opinion, this news should be told to Yunting. Chapter 2734, 2734 8 Sword Peaks. 2734 8 Sword Peaks. Sword World. Su Zimo followed Jian Chen and the other sword cultivators towards the gigantic mountain peak ahead. Before long, they arrived. From afar, one could only see this mountain peak. In reality, this place was an endless continent. On this land stood a mountain that emitted endless sharpness that pierced through the starry skies. Fellow Taoist Su. Jian Chen said, "In our sword world, there's a saying that there are 8 sword peaks. The mountain you're looking at now is one of the 8 sword peaks, Carnage Sword Peak. Every single sword peak is the core of a sword continent." Su Zimo nodded to himself. In other words, there were 8 gigantic sword continents connected to each other in the starry skies, forming the current sword world. "Please follow me." Jian Chen's figure rose continuously and Su Zimo followed closely behind. Before long, the two of them arrived at the top of the starry skies. From this angle, they could look down on everything in the sword world. In Su Zimo's vision, he could see 8 gigantic continents connected at the edge of the starry skies. On every piece of continent stood a mountain peak similar to Carnage Sword Peak. However, the shape of every mountain peak was different and the sword chi and sword intent emitted were also different. Su Zimo was too far away from the other mountain peaks and could not sense them clearly. In the middle of the 8 sword continents, there was an even larger piece of land with tens of thousands of mountain peaks standing on it, piercing the continent like gigantic swords. "That's Myriad Sword Palace." Jian Chen pointed at the land surrounded by the 8 sword peaks. "That's also the core region of our sword world. Outside cultivators can't enter." "I'm sorry." Su Zimo nodded slightly in understanding. In his vision, he could vaguely sense a mysterious and powerful formation between the 8 sword peaks and Myriad Sword Palace. Once a particular sword peak was attacked, the sword formation would be triggered immediately and circulate, releasing a powerful counterattack. "Fellow Taoist Su, how do you feel?" The perfected immortal woman at the side could not help but ask. "What?" Su Zimo was slightly stunned and did not understand the woman's words. The woman had a strange expression as she sized up Su Zimo once more and asked, "Fellow Taoist Su, are you feeling any discomfort?" Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. In reality, the closer they were to the sword peak, the sharper the surrounding sword chi. There was also a universal object similar to the builder tree in the sword world that could gather heaven and earth essence chi in large quantities. However, the heaven and earth essence chi of the sword world was extremely special. That was because every single sword peak contained an extremely powerful sword intent sealed with an incomparably powerful dharmic Tao. Therefore, the heaven and earth essence chi gathered in the sword world transformed into extremely sharp sword chi after the baptism of the 8 peaks. When ordinary cultivators arrived here, they would naturally feel uncomfortable against the sharp heaven and earth essence chi. However, this heaven and earth essence chi was most suitable for sword cultivators to cultivate. If ordinary cultivators absorbed such sharp heaven and earth essence chi, their bodies and bloodlines would not be able to withstand it and they would probably suffer from chi deviation. That was also the reason why the female sword cultivator was worried. When she saw Su Zimo's pale face and weak aura, she thought that he would not be able to withstand the heaven and earth essence chi of the sword world. However, not only did Su Zimo look normal, even the color of his face was recovering. To the green lotus true body, this sharp heaven and earth essence chi was no different from ordinary heaven and earth essence chi. The green lotus bloodline could devour and refine everything. Fellow Taoist, this way please. When Jian Chen saw that Su Zimo was fine, he was secretly surprised. Thereafter, he brought Su Zimo to Carnage Sword Continent. On this continent, Su Zimo followed everyone forward. Sword cultivators strode everywhere with sharp gazes. When the sword cultivators saw Su Zimo, they revealed curious expressions as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Fellow Taoist Jian Chen, does all the dermic formulations cultivated in the sword world belong to the immortal Tao?" The reason why Su Zimo asked that was because he wanted to find out Bai Ming Xue's whereabouts. However, he did not know Bai Ming Xue's situation in the sword world and was worried that it would backfire if he probed rashly. Jian Chen said, "Of course, it's not just the immortal Tao. In reality, the 8 sword peaks of the sword world represent 8 different sword Taos. There are cultivation techniques of the immortal Tao and fiend Tao. For example, there's a fiend sword peak among the 8 sword peaks. There's also Zen sword peak, another of the 8 sword peaks that cultivates the sword Tao of the Buddhist monasteries." The woman thought that Su Zimo was worried and smiled. "In our sword world, there's no such thing as immortals, fiends, or Buddhas. Be it immortals, Buddhas or fiends, they merely cultivate the sword Tao in the end. Apart from immortals, Buddhas and fiends, are there no other dermic formulations?" Su Zimo asked once more. "Other dermic formulations?" Jian Chen frowned and shook his head. "No. Typically, only human cultivators cultivate the sword Tao. As for the dermic formulations of the human race, there are only immortals, Buddhas and fiends." Right then, the woman's heart skipped a beat and she opened her mouth slightly, wanting to say something but hesitated. Sensing the change in the woman's expression, Su Zimo smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist, what did you want to say earlier on?" The woman hesitated for a moment. "Apart from immortals, Buddhists and fiends, there's another dermic formulation." When Jian Chen heard that, he revealed a look of enlightenment and could not help but laugh. "Are you referring to that martial Tao? It's only an incomplete dermic formulation and is not of any use at all. How can it be compared to the dermic Taos of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects?" The woman said, "Although that's the case, junior sister Bai Ming's cultivation has indeed increased rapidly with the martial Tao. She's also the strongest among the ordinary disciples." "What's the use of that?" Jian Chen shook his head. "Junior sister Bai Ming's upper limit is only the peak of the heaven immortal realm. She's so stubborn and has always cultivated the martial Tao. She has no hope of condensing a Tao fruit in her life and entering the perfected one realm to become a legacy disciple of the sword world." Sigh. At the mention of that, Jian Chen sighed gently. "It's a pity for junior sister Bai Ming's talent in the sword Tao." "That's right." The woman said regretfully as well, even the peak master said that junior sister Bai Ming is the most talented sword Tao cultivator he's ever seen. "That's not all." Jian Chen said, "I heard that the 8 peak masters once persuaded her to give up on the martial Tao and cultivate from scratch. As long as she's willing to restart her cultivation, her future achievements would be limitless and she could join any of the 8 sword peaks. However, she insisted on that lousy martial Tao and refused to give up. That martial Tao doesn't even have a follow-up dermic formulation. I wonder what she's still persevering for." The woman said, "I heard that it has something to do with junior sister Bai Ming's former master." "Bullshit." Jian Chen curled his lips. Junior sister Bai Ming came from the lower worlds. How incredible can her master be? He's probably even weaker than her right now. Chapter 2735, 2735 Martial Tao Inheritance. 2735 Martial Tao Inheritance. The woman nodded as well. That's true. Ever since junior sister Bai Ming ascended, the peak master has placed great importance on her and poured in a lot of effort. The supply of various cultivation resources has never stopped. If not for that, junior sister Baiming's cultivation would not have advanced so quickly. It's almost unprecedented in the sword world. Although junior sister Baiming's master ascended to the upper world, it's unknown if he could have survived in the cruel cultivation environment of the upper world, not to mention catching up in cultivation realm. When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled. The woman was right. Ever since he ascended, he had narrowly escaped death several times. His soul had entered the netherworld and circled around the Death's Door and Yellow Springs Road. Su Zimo did not care about their contempt. What made him feel gratified was Baiming Xue's situation in the sword world. From the conversation between the two perfected immortals, he could roughly tell that Baiming Xue was doing well in the sword world and had a high status. The two perfected immortals surpassed Baiming Xue in terms of cultivation realm. However, the two of them did not look down on Baiming Xue at all. Instead, they felt pity for her. Ever since he ascended, Su Zimo had met a few old friends of Tianhuang mainland. Be it the Thunder Monarch and Human Monarch of the past or Demoness Ji, Yen Beichen and the others of his generation, they had experienced unimaginable suffering in the upper world. Even he was forced to leave the heavenly world. And now, Su Zimo finally heard of an old friend from Tianhuang mainland who not only did not encounter any injustice or suffering when she ascended, she was even valued by experts of the upper world. Su Zimo was happy for Baiming Xue as well. Su Zimo asked, "From what the two of you said, the sword world doesn't seem to look down on people who ascend from the lower worlds." "Of course." The woman said, "Be it those who ascend from the lower worlds or those from the upper world, as long as they're in the sword world, we'll treat them equally. In the sword world, what we value is the talent and diligence of every sword cultivator regardless of their backgrounds." Jian Chen looked at Su Zimo and said with a fake smile, "That's different from the heavenly world you're in, fellow Taoist. I heard that you heavenly world people are not very friendly to people who ascend from the lower worlds." Su Zimo shook his head. "I'm not from the heavenly world. I ascended from the lower worlds and descended into the heavenly world." "Oh?" Jian Chen and the other sword cultivators revealed surprised expressions. Jian Chen cupped his fists once more and said seriously, "Fellow Taoist Su, I didn't expect you to come from the lower worlds as well. It's truly rare for you to cultivate to the perfected one realm in an environment like the heavenly world." Even after hearing his background, Jian Chen and the sword cultivators did not look down on him at all. Su Zimo had a good impression of Jian Chen and the others and felt a sense of respect for the sword world as well. "Right." Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "I have some understanding of the martial Tao that you guys were discussing earlier on. I wonder if you can bring me to take a look at that sword cultivator who cultivates the martial Tao?" "Fellow Taoist Su, you've also heard of the martial Tao?" Jian Chen was a little surprised. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. The woman said, "Actually, this martial Tao is not completely useless. I heard from junior sister Baiming that her master established the martial Tao so that all living beings of the lower worlds can cultivate and become immortals. This is admirable and possesses great merit. However, in the upper world, the martial Tao became inferior due to the difference in dermic Tao levels. It's an incomplete dermic formulation after all and its achievements are limited." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything or arguing. "Alright, I'll bring you to meet junior sister Baiming first. At this time, she should be cultivating near the sword cleansing pool." Jian Chen teased, "The two of you have heard of the martial Tao and are from the lower worlds. Who knows, you might even know each other." Of course, Jian Chen was just saying it casually. After all, there were billions of lower worlds like the sand of the Ganges River. How could there be such a coincidence that two people who ascended would know each other? Everyone changed their direction and headed in another direction. Along the way, Jian Chen and the woman called Chu Xian even introduced the situation of the sword world to Su Zimo. Su Zimo also recounted some of the local customs of the heavenly world and the sects and factions. The distance between the sword world and the heavenly world was too far. Jian Chen and the others had never been to the heavenly world and only had a rough understanding of it. This was the first time Jian Chen and the others had heard of many things, and they were extremely curious. There were many similarities and differences between the heavenly world and the sword world. For example, there were only two types of distinction between disciples in the sword world: ordinary disciples and legacy disciples. All the sword cultivators of the black, earth and heaven essence realms were ordinary disciples. Only after entering the perfected one realm and condensing a Tao fruit would one be considered a legacy disciple of the sword world and have a chance of heading to Myriad Sword Palace to cultivate an even better sword Tao secret skill. At the top of Carnage Sword Peak, sword chi was condensed to the extreme and materialized, forming a sword chi waterfall that flowed down. With that, a gigantic pool was formed at the foot of Carnage Sword Peak. In the sword cleansing pool, the sword chi was the sharpest. Furthermore, it contained the Carnage Sword intent of Carnage Sword Peak and could help sword cultivators temper and nurture their divine swords. Generally speaking, the power of the divine sword that cultivators carried with them would increase greatly after a baptism in the sword cleansing pool. Before long, everyone arrived at Carnage Sword Peak. From afar, fog rose from the towering peak of Carnage Sword Peak and a gigantic waterfall descended, emitting an incomparably violent sword chi with boiling killing intent. The sword chi descended from the skies and landed on the ground, emitting a series of shocking booms. Jian Chen said, "Fellow Taoist Su, the sword chi ahead is too strong and the killing intent is extremely intense. Why don't we stand here and I'll send someone to call junior sister Baiming over." At that moment, Su Zimo had a strange expression as he sensed the sword intent emitted by Carnage Sword Peak. This sword intent was extremely similar to the three great sword arts he cultivated. To him, this killing intent was extremely familiar and was nothing at all. "It's fine, I'll go take a look." Su Zimo gave a faint smile. Jian Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Chu Xian said, "Actually, cultivators usually cleanse their weapons at the sword cleansing pool. Only junior sister Baiming chose to cultivate here, saying that it's for the martial Tao. The sword chi here is violent and the killing intent is way too strong. After cultivators absorb it, it's extremely harmful to their bodies and won't do them any good." Su Zimo nodded to himself. He had indeed not misjudged her. Baiming Shui was the most suitable person to cultivate and inherit the martial Tao. She was not like the martial Tao prime body who had the chance to read many high-grade cultivation techniques and smelt countless sutras and secret skills to comprehend and deduce the dharmic formulations of the martial Tao. However, she did not go astray on the path of the martial Tao. The foundation of the martial Tao was the body. Only such a cultivation environment could purify and refine a powerful physique and bloodline. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.